back. I hope folks did have a little break at least. Despite everything going on, I hope you did get some rest and are ready to go for the fall. And I'd like to call the meeting to order at 6:40 p.m. And I'll make the announcement that this meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N2920, dated March 17, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for an item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers. Any emails received by 4 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 4 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record for the meeting. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. And we also have Spanish translation available in Zoom for this meeting. And I will ask Nora Beltran from our community outreach team to make a brief announcement. Welcome, Nora.
Nora, are you there? I see that she is present and not muted. I'm not sure, but it appears that her audio is not available at this time. But Spanish translation will be available for item 7.2.
If she comes back on at some point, we'll just ask her to make the announcement at that time then. I just wanted to, before we go to the pledge, mention that we have, in light of the fires that have been going on throughout the state, we have had actually quite a few firefighters helping with all over, frankly, as well as other first responders. I know some of our police officers were deployed the other day. We've had some of our city employees who have had to evacuate because of where they live close to a fire. And so these are obviously very challenging times on top of the pandemic and the continued race relation challenges. I know there was another incident the other day. And so I totally, I personally and our family, we've been trying to get through all of this, but we know it's been very difficult. And so I just wanted to, ask that as we go through this evening's meeting, I know some of these issues that we deal with on our agendas are challenging, but I would like to ask that we all be mindful of each other and what we all may be going through in these very traumatic, chaotic crisis times, and that we are respectful of each other when we speak. So that is my request to everyone. And with that, I would like to ask you all to please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it
stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And just to continuation, our thoughts and prayers are with our first responders and our employees and all of our family and friends who may be experiencing the challenges with the fire at this time. So thank you. We'll go now to roll call, please, City Clerk.
Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember McAllister.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Mayor Abeykoka.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are all present, and we will start off with item 3, our presentation. Welcome back, City Manager Kimbra McCarthy. She'll be giving us an update on COVID-19, all that's been going on through the summer. So welcome, Ms. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start sharing my screen here. Okay. Well, welcome back, everyone. Like the mayor said, we've been out for a couple months now on our recess, and during that time, we've certainly had even more challenges arise in that time period. And I know that this year continues to bring really unprecedented impacts to both the community and the organization. So what I want to do tonight is talk about the COVID-19 updates and give you all an update on some of the new developments that have taken place, and I'll also touch a bit on the wildfires. And as the mayor mentioned, this is a challenging time, not only for those folks that are in the wildfire area. So right now, the CZU Lightning Complex fire and the SCU Lightning Complex fire, those are the two fires, one in Santa Cruz and one in Santa Clara County. We have had quite a few employees that have had to evacuate, along with all of those community members and people throughout the counties that have had to evacuate. So our thoughts are certainly with them as we go through this challenging time on top of COVID and everything else. So the one thing that I really wanted to stress and I think just make note of at this time is that as an organization, we are also experiencing the same thing that everyone in the community is experiencing. So like all employers, we not only have these employees, as we mentioned, that some have evacuated, but we also have a lot of employees who are working at home, who are having to teach their children at home. And we're just dealing with a lot right now and really trying to make sure that we are bringing the best services we can to the community. So just having said that, I just want to make sure that we know that we are still all in this together, but that it is challenging for all of us right now at this time. So with that, I did want to start off with the county and city COVID update based on the numbers today. So I'm not sure that everyone is aware that Santa Clara County does have interactive dashboards on their website, on the Public Health Department website, where you can take snapshots of a lot of different data models, whether it's looking at the numbers of positive cases within all the cities in Santa Clara County or the number of hospitalizations. But right now in our county, we have around 16,300 cases. That is of today. 160 of those cases are new as of today. And we have had 233 people die, unfortunately, and we also currently have 153 hospitalizations. So on average right now, there are around 250 newly reported COVID cases per day in the county. And while the hospital capacity remains steady, this number does indicate that we are still seeing widespread community transmission. And in Mountain View, we are seeing an average of about 7 new cases a day. And right now, our positive cases are 366. So continuing to wear our masks and sheltering in place and maintaining social distancing, making sure that we're hand washing and doing most things outdoors still continues to be a very important way for us to all do our part to slow the spread of the virus. In terms of testing, I do want to spend a little bit of time about this because we have ramped up our testing partnerships and collaboration with various medical providers, and I want to make sure that the community is aware of all of the testing opportunities that are available right now. And since May, we have worked with the county Planned Parenthood, El Camino Healthcare District, and Stanford Hospital to roll out various testing events. A total of 5,134 tests have been provided at our city facilities since we have started. So we're really pleased that we've been able to offer this amount of testing to the community. And the last test that we did last week on August 18th, we tested around 527 people. We do have ongoing testing at our Shoreline Athletic Fields Tuesday through Thursday, and that's 8 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. We have had to close that drive-through testing the last few days just because of the air quality, but generally that is open Tuesday through Thursday. Then we also have upcoming testing dates for people that aren't experiencing any symptoms of COVID. Tomorrow and Wednesday, September 23rd at our Center for Performing Arts from 8:30 to 4:20. We will have an appointment-based testing site that's provided by El Camino Healthcare District. These are really targeting frontline employees, so those employees that are working downtown in restaurants or retail or grocery stores, really folks that are on the front line serving people. These testing events are really targeted for you. And so we want to make sure that you're aware of those opportunities, and you do have to go online and register for that. You can find this information on the city's website, and if you do use social media, you can also find those links through our Facebook and our Twitter accounts. Then on Tuesday, September 1st and September 15th, we'll be back at the Center for Performing Arts from the 9:30 to 4:30 time frame. And this testing is being done in partnership with the County of Santa Clara. So this is similar to the events that we've held over the last few weeks. And it's also going to be in the same location at the Center for the Performing Arts. I also want to make sure that people know that they can go to www.sccfreetest.org to see all of the testing that's going on throughout the county. And then I also want to let everyone know that the county has recently launched a new testing site at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds, and they are expected to perform about 1,000 tests per day. So if you're unable to make any of these testing opportunities, and which we will have more opportunities throughout the fall, past September, and even in addition to the daily testing that we offer at Shoreline Athletic Fields. If you're unable to do that, you can go to that website, see what other tests are available, or also register to take a test at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. And I also wanted to touch on the most recent public health order. The new urgency ordinance was enacted effective August 13th, and it does require that face coverings are required to be worn, which has been in effect for a while. But what is new is that if face coverings aren't worn, residents and businesses could be subject to a civil penalty. Those penalties range from $25 to $500 for individuals and $250 to $5,000 for businesses that are not enforcing face coverings within their businesses. There is a 72-hour window to fix that. So I did want to make sure that folks know that this is a county-wide order that is in place in every city in the county. And right now, the county was intending to deploy an outreach team to make sure that they could really get the word out and spread communication about this, but they have been delayed because of the air quality. So I do want to make sure that people know that please wear your face coverings, wear a mask, wear a bandana, whatever it is that you have to cover your face that will help us slow the spread. I also wanted to note that the Public Health Department has Facebook Live events that anyone in the community can watch, where they are giving the most up-to-date information on COVID data and all kinds of other information about the health order or different things that they're doing in terms of community events, food delivery, resources for community members and businesses. They do English updates Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. And they also provide updates in Spanish on Wednesday and Friday at 11 a.m. Then I also wanted to pivot to what's happening now with the wildfires. So as the mayor said, we're all well aware that we are battling COVID on top of now facing some of the worst fires in our state's history. And this was a little snapshot that CAL FIRE put out today, just really summarizing the depth and the severity that our firefighters and fire personnel are dealing with across the state. So there have been over 13,000 lightning strikes just since August 15th, so just within a week and a half, and 233 new lightning strikes in the past 24 hours, which has created over 650 new wildfires. So right now there's over 1 million acres that have burned and 1,400 structures destroyed and 7 fatalities across the state. So as you can see, there are multiple challenges on this front. Over 14,000 firefighters that are working these fires, 2,400 fire engines. This truly has stretched the resources of our state. And I'm proud that our own Mountain View firefighters, we do have personnel deployed, which I'll talk about that in a little bit. But we are really trying to fight this effort on all fronts. And as these fires continue to spread and as the weather continues to be hot, obviously that means that we will have more chance of more fires. So our thoughts really are with everyone that is working these fires during this time period. And as I mentioned, we do have 17 Mountain View firefighters that are deployed across the state. And I would just note that the picture on the top right side was actually taken by one of our fire crews leaving a fire where they were in an area where the fire blew up around them. And this was taken from the front of their engine just to show that the severity and the impacts of what they're dealing with in fighting these fires. And we also still have our firefighting team here in Mountain View at the ready to help and service the community. So we are fighting fires on all fronts. I also wanted to note that you can check the air quality index at any time on airnow.gov to see what the air is anywhere in Mountain View or anywhere else you're going, just to make sure that you're basically staying up to date on the air quality. And it has certainly not been great over the last 24 hours, but you can check it. I believe they update it every hour or so. Then pivoting from COVID and wildfires into an update on some of the programs that we have. You'll hear more about our rent relief program and the eviction moratorium item tonight, but I did want to show an updated chart on the status of each application. So this chart has been revised to show those applications that are in process, ineligible, non-responsive, or have yet to be contacted for those newer applications. So as of last week, just over $2.4 million has been provided to 1,150 households. And also last week, we were really happy that Tom Myers, the CEO of the Community Services Agency, announced that CSA is adding more than $1.2 million from private, foundation, and corporate donations that has been added to the city's amount of $2.6 million. So right now there's more than $3.8 million that has been dedicated towards this program. And I know before there have been questions about what range the area median income, so those households that are receiving these checks. And right now, the checks do continue to go primarily 50% of those households are in the 0 to 30% AMI range, and 24% are in the 30 to 50% AMI range. So essentially around 75% of households served are at the 50% or under area median income. For our small business resiliency program update, the loan program has provided 71 small businesses with microloans of $7,000 in a 0 interest loan. And we do still have a little over 300,000 remaining to be loaned, which gives approximately 40 businesses the chance to apply for this program. So staff right now is working on reopening this program and hopefully giving out the rest of that money to businesses that need it. For our homeless and unstably housed update. So this is a picture of the Palo Alto or Alta housing lot before, and what the lot looks like now after being fixed and cleaned up. So I'm happy to report that this lot is expected to be open this week. I know that we have been waiting for this for a while, and so this, with the addition of this lot, it means that the city will have 3 safe parking lots provided. Right now, we have an average of 58 vehicles and around 120 people that are being served in those lots, and so we will have 9 added capacity, adding the Alta housing lots. In addition, we've already served also over 350 meals per day at CSA and Hope's Corner, which is around a 600 per day increase since July. In terms of other updates from our Parks and Recreation program, we do continue to receive a lot of questions about what events are available and what events have been changed. So our preschool program does start up on September 8th. So we will start the new school year in person, and we're able to offer this program with modifications to the group size, and we certainly have increased cleaning and sanitation based on the guidelines from the county and state. We also have our appointment-based lap swim program continuing into the fall with updated hours. It will be available Monday through Friday and also on Saturday and Sundays. And you can go to the Community Services Department website and register for lap swim. One of the great things that our staff has brainstormed to do is to allow conditional use permits for gym and fitness providers to offer outdoor services. So staff proactively reached out to businesses around town to see if they would be interested in providing these services at our parks. And so far we have given 3 conditional use permits, one to a yoga trainer, a mother fitness group, and to a personal trainer as well. We also have our youth sports continuing into the fall season with updated guidance from the county guidelines. And so the youth sports facilities are able to reserve the field for practice only outside. Then I also wanted to make sure that everyone knows that the census self-reporting has been extended to September 30th. So this is 1 month earlier than what we thought it would be. And right now we have 73% of our households that have taken the census and have been counted so far. And right now, census workers are going door to door visiting households that have not completed the census, and they will be asking the 9 questions that are on the form. They will be outside of your door, wearing face coverings, practicing social distance, making sure that they're 6 feet away. They will not be asking any personal questions such as social security number or credit card number. So if you do have someone come to your door asking those sort of personal questions, be very wary of that, because they will only be asking you the 9 questions that are on the census form. They will be conducting their work between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. and they'll also have an ID badge with them. And so you can either complete your census this way if they come to your door, or go to my2020census.gov. You can also call that 800 number on the screen, 844-330-2020. And with that, that concludes my update for this evening. And I would just remind you, you can receive the weekly briefing by texting 22828 on your mobile phone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, City Manager. Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kimbra, for the comprehensive update. I just have a couple of questions. So first, regarding the county mask requirement, can you share with us what city staff may be empowered to enforce the requirement? So I know MVPD, I think, may be part of that, but I've heard also that code enforcement staff and maybe there are others who might be empowered to enforce the requirement. And then there was a second component to that. I can't remember. So we'll start with that, and then hopefully the other question will come up.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. And our city attorney may have to jump in if I forget any of the categories. But right now, any county employee is deemed to have the ability to give civil enforcement fines. And anyone who is appointed or deemed okay to provide enforcement by any county employee. So that could also be our code enforcement officers, as you mentioned, also our police department. And I would emphasize that we are still focused on education at this point. We are making sure that folks are educated and are being compliant with the order. And we have received reports lately of some large gatherings in areas that we didn't know about. So we do encourage members of the public that should they see very large gatherings of people to let us know so that we can go out and make sure that people are being compliant with the order. But yes, there are broad categories of folks who have the ability to enforce this.
Okay, thank you. And that reminds me, the second part of that was, what is the best way to report violations for individuals and then also for businesses?
The best way to report violations is still by calling the police department.
Oh, so non-emergency, I assume?
Correct, yes. And I don't have that number on me now, but I can find it and give it to you in a few seconds.
Okay, thank you. And then would it be possible for staff to track the number of, at least reports of violations that are reported to the city, just so we can, maybe as part of the COVID-19 updates or in some other communication, just so we have a sense of whether there's ongoing violations or increasing compliance, maybe if there's additional work that we need to do at the local level to enforce that requirement?
Yes, the police department has been tracking this data, and so we can provide an update on that in the next council meeting.
Great, thank you. And then on a different topic, so the CUP for businesses to conduct operations outside, I think, is great. And I'm really glad that staff is investigating opportunities to allow flexibility for businesses. But I was wondering, is there a reason why we're requiring a CUP? And I'm thinking, for instance, about the safe parking program that we're offering during the emergency shelter allows for an even simpler expedited process. And I think just given the impact of COVID and given, I think, the stress that many businesses are under, is there an even easier process that we can allow to help these businesses continue operations?
So couple thoughts on that. The new process that community services is working on is a very easy process, and right now those services don't operate in parks, so they have designed it to be as easy and simple as possible for those gyms or fitness operations to be able to come into our city parks and run their business. So really it's just a matter of working with them on it and registering, so that is not intended to be a red hoop to jump through. Then in terms of the second piece of that is the other outdoor businesses that may be possible to operate, maybe the hair salons or other businesses. So we do have a city team that is looking at that, and I expect that we will be able to roll out some guidelines very soon, but they are working on that right now.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And then final question. So I've gotten some questions, or I guess confusion about. I think it's the state program that allows homeless individuals to be temporarily housed in hotels and motels. And what I've heard anecdotally suggests that there's very limited utilization of that program. And I'm wondering if you happen to know offhand how many hotels and motels in Mountain View are being used to temporarily house homeless individuals, and if there's anything that we might want or need to do to, I guess, increase the utilization of that program, whatever it entails.
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. Right now, there are no hotels or motels in Mountain View that are housing homeless individuals. I know that our assistant to the city manager, Kimberly Thomas, is on this call, and this is an ongoing conversation that we have had to try and find out how many hotels or motels might be interested, but at this point it has been hard to do. And so I don't know if Ms. Thomas has anything else to report or provide an update on that. If you do, Kimberly, you're on mute.
Oh, good evening, Mayor and City Council members and City Manager McCarthy. We don't have any update at this time regarding any Mountain View hotels, as the City Manager referenced. We are looking at some other opportunities potentially with the county on this, as well as it pertains to isolation and other needs associated with COVID, but we don't have anything yet to bring before the council. It is likely that if we were to pursue a program like that, it would have obvious costs associated.
I didn't realize that there was a city cost. I thought that was like a county and state program. That's news to me. What cost would the city bear?
It would be costs for the county's administration of the program itself. The city wouldn't generally recommend that we take that task on. It would be similar to what we've done in the past for programmatic elements like permanent supportive housing or rapid rehousing, where we revenue share with the county a certain percentage to be able to expand that opportunity for Mountain View residents.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions from council members? I don't see any more hands. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak, if you're in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. And if you're on the phone, please press *9. And I have 2, and I'm gonna, in the interest of time, limit to 2 minutes on this item. So we'll start with Eli. Please unmute yourself.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, thank you. I just wanted to clarify before I made my comments. So are masks now required in Mountain View for people living in apartment buildings, like while they're walking around the halls, or is that only in like businesses when they go out?
We'll go ahead and answer that afterwards. So if you can just finish your comment, then we'll come back.
Okay. Well, I apologize if this is unnecessary and my question is answered, but if not, I would really like to ask you guys to pass some sort of mandate that requires masks when people are in apartment buildings but are not in their actual apartments with the door closed. I happen to live in one of these, and basically no one wears a mask. So when they walk in the hallways, when they walk up and down the stairs, in the elevators, when they congregate to check their mail right in the front where everyone has to go out, nobody wears a mask. And the whole point of, to my understanding, shutting down businesses was to limit people's exposure, was to make it so that you weren't having a lot of contact, especially indoors in large groups of people. But if everyone is now at home in large apartment buildings and not wearing masks and frequently entering and leaving the building where there's no ventilation, that strikes me as a pretty big risk for an outbreak. And so I apologize if the answer is that's already required, and maybe then the comment is just I would recommend you reach out to the apartment buildings, because at this point my apartment building has said it's required if you go into the front office, but only recommended in the buildings. So thank you guys for your time.
Great, thank you. We will go to Rosilia Diaz. If you can unmute yourself, please. Oh, we just heard you. Can you try unmuting again? There we go. You should be on. Welcome. Rosilia, did you?
Yes,
There we go.
I know speak a lot of English, only Spanish.
Oh,
Sorry.
Oh, no worries. We will have Spanish translation later.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Did you have a comment at this time? Oh. Do you have a comment at this time?
Sorry?
Did you want to make a comment right now, or
No, later. No, later.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. We'll go to Maribel. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Hi. My question is because I see a post about on Crittenden, a lot of people is not wearing face masks, and that me concern because I see how many people is getting, and here in Montview is what is required, but I think we need to do more advertisements about how people need to wearing face masks, because on Facebook a lot of people put a comment that happened this weekend. It was a lot of people together, and I see a lot of people playing, not only Latinos, all communities, different colors, different race, and I think they need to be more advertised about the face mask to protect everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? Are there any members on the line, City Clerk? No. Okay, then I'll bring it back to council. Could someone respond to the apartment question? If we have an answer on that.
Yes, Mayor, I can respond to that. So, yes, people are supposed to be wearing their face coverings anytime they're not around really people in their own household. As was referenced around an apartment complex or building where there are other people not in the same household, people do need to wear face coverings. Yes, I think just based on these comments, we will also make sure that we are doing more communication with the public about wearing face coverings. And we will also make sure that we have the signs in English and Spanish. And to the other point about, I believe it was a basketball tournament at Crittenden Middle School. We did find out about that afterwards and let the school district know, and the rims have been removed from the basketball courts. And at all city facilities, basketball has not been allowed this whole time. It has not been available. So the school districts do have their own property and their own equipment, but we did let them know that occurred.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? If not, thank you very much, Ms. McCarthy. We'll move on to item 4, the consent calendar. And these items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Council Member Hicks.
While she's figuring out, I would like to pull item 4.7.
So that's the same one I'm pulling just for discussion, not because I'm opposed. Sorry, I had a technical malfunction.
Any other items to be pulled? If not, let me go to the participants. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on any of the items other than on any of the items? Sorry, I'm a little rusty here. If so, please raise your blue hand, or if you're on the phone, press *9. And I don't see any members of the public wishing to speak. Is there anyone on the, we just got two. So we'll start with, and we'll do 2 minutes again. Parinda Makara, please unmute yourself. There we go. Welcome.
So is it a time to speak about the smoke-free of Mountain View?
Actually, that should be under item 5. Or
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I don't have the agenda. I'm sorry, maybe later then. Okay.
No worries, thank you. How about David Fork? Do you have a comment on anything on the consent calendar? And if you can unmute yourself, please. Let's see here.
Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to make some comments about item 4.2.
Great.
Sure. So I am a resident of the Sterling Estates neighborhood, and I'd like to offer a view that's a bit different perhaps from some of my neighbors who have voiced opposition to the apartment complex going in there. One argument I've heard is that it's not geographically that it is geographically isolated. I don't think that's a reason not to build it, especially if it has ground floor retail. I think that will help to accommodate the needs of the residents there. Also, I've heard the argument that overflow parking will be a problem, and I'd like to submit that I think we give away too much free parking in general, since it's a shared public space, and it's a tragedy of the commons that we don't charge for parking. So I think discouraging too many cars and too much free parking in general is a good idea, and I'd like to see parking by permit in the Sterling Estates neighborhood and elsewhere in Mountain View. I actually think we need more 7-story affordable housing complexes. We have a housing crisis. I'd like to see more ADUs and less restrictive setback and FAR restrictions for my neighborhood and for others. And even I'd look forward to when we can build multiple family units in the Sterling Estates neighborhood and elsewhere. I think if we are going to increase the housing density in my area, I'd like to see more amenities. Those would be nice and welcome. But that's the only point on which I agree with some of my neighbors who oppose building more housing along Terabella and nearby. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you very much. We'll go on to Bruce England. Welcome, please unmute yourself.
Hi, hear me okay?
Yes, hi there.
Yeah, speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, I have brief comments on 4.6 and 4.7.
Yes, please go ahead.
Sure. So due to technical problems, we didn't get all the letters out that we wanted to. We did get one out on 4.6, and we're in favor of closing off the part of Castro that's being used for dining to bicyclists for the reasons stated in the staff report. We are concerned that there aren't enough good, safe ways for bicyclists to move north and south on adjacent streets, and our letter goes into detail about some suggestions on that. Anyway, we're generally supportive of the resolution change. Shall I just move on to 4.7?
Yes, please.
Okay. Project Home Key, we're very supportive of that. And in any ways that program can be used to benefit Mountain View programs, we're in support. And we read the letter from League of Women Voters, and we support or echo what they say as well. And that's it for me.
Great, thank you very much. We'll go on to April Webster. If you could unmute yourself, please. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I sent in a letter, and I'm on regarding agenda item 4.6. I'm not sure if if those letters are going to be read. If not, I'm happy to read it out.
Yes, please go ahead and
go ahead.
And
oh, sorry.
You can go ahead and read it, that'd be great.
Sure, great. Okay.
Update from Joe Smith.
Okay, I want to say I would like to voice my support for agenda item 4.6. However, I would also like to urge the City Council to provide safe alternatives for bicyclists. We are an active and growing population in Mountain View. In particular, I would like to ask City Council to consider providing clear alternatives on side streets to the east and west of Castro. Shoreline Boulevard is not necessarily a viable option because of high volume of traffic traveling at high speeds. Some additional street calming measures council might consider implementing include removing parking along one side of side streets and providing a temporary pop-up lane. Using pylons or something similar to what was done in the city of San Jose. Ensuring bicycle loop sensors are in working order. I believe there are a couple of sensors, for example, at California and Bryant and West Evelyn and Hope that don't seem to be activated by bicyclists. Also, perhaps some slow street signage or cones or partial barricades at the entrance to alternative side streets if this gets implemented. And then posting reduced speed advisory on alternative streets. And I just wanted to add that I regularly bike to Castro Street to access retail shops. I go to West Valley Music, Wells Fargo, Therapy, and I go to a lot of the restaurants either to eat in the slow street or get takeout and go to the park. And I would be very disappointed if I had to curtail my patronage of these establishments because bike travel to Castro becomes, it's no longer convenient or safe. And I just want to say it's a pleasure to get outside, to get some fresh air when it's not fire season, and also to get some exercise and not have to drive my car downtown and fight for parking. And it's one of the charms of this community and one of the primary reasons I have chosen it as my home. Thank you. I yield my time.
Oh, thank you. Your time is up, actually.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect. Yes. Anyone else from the public wishing to comment? Oh, I see. Oh, no, that was actually April. So anyone else? Not anyone on the line, City Clerk? Nope. Okay, then we'll bring it back to council. So was it just a comment, Councilmember McAllister, and I know Councilmember Hicks mentioned on 4.7 or?
No, I had some points I wanted to bring up, so.
Okay, then why
I'll
don't
let
we go ahead and can we move the balance of the consent calendar? Is there a motion to? Is that Councilmember Ramirez?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion.
Thank you.
You got it.
Items to read, if you could.
Sure. So I'll move the balance of the consent calendar, including 4.2, adopt an ordinance amending the zoning map for the property located at 1001 North Shoreline Boulevard from the limited industrial and general industrial zoning districts to the P zoning district, be read in title only, further reading waived. And is there anything else that requires, 4.6, adopt an amendment to resolution number 18470, temporarily suspending and designating parking restrictions and prohibitions pursuant to Mountain View City Code Chapter 19, and temporarily closing the 100, 200, 300, and 400 blocks of Castro Street to motor vehicle traffic pursuant to California Vehicle Code Section 21101 to facilitate outdoor dining, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and 4.7 is full.
Thank you. And then is there a second? You can just raise your hand. If any, Vice Mayor Kamei. So motion by Councilmember Ramirez, Vice Mayor Kamei seconds. Any other discussion on the balance of the consent calendar other than 4.7? If not, we'll take a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes, I will say my internet connection keeps on booting me off, so I'm here now, but I'm going to keep on, it looks like leaving and coming back, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Now we'll go on to item 4.7. Councilmember Hicks, we'll start with you.
Yeah, because these items on the consent calendar often sail by fast, I was just going to call it out to the attention of the public, although it seems like Councilmember McAllister is going to make sure it doesn't sail by very fast anyway. But I just wanted to commend the staff. I wanted to let the public know that this is kind of very rapid rapid response for people who are homeless and vulnerably housed, and that our staff put this together in an incredibly short amount of time. And so I wanted to make sure that we spent some time commending them, as well as Life Moves and Sarah Regis, who worked along with them. And it's a very innovative project using an underused lot and temporary housing structures that can go up very quickly and hopefully can be a model for the future. So I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that. And John, you have more?
Yeah, I got it. So a lot of you know that I think this is a great idea. I think money coming in for buying apartment buildings and other buildings, I've been pushing this for 7 years, that the city should get on board and start buying apartment complex before they're turned over, and to maintain our affordability. And it's a great idea, but unfortunately, this one, I'm going to support it because it is what it is. But if the city had prepared a program or a process when funding comes available to buy apartment complexes and put them in our portfolio, then we, again, preserve affordable housing, which everybody's talking about. We have a steady income coming from those properties. We can decide what we want to do with those properties, and if it's rapid rehousing, if it's homeless, it's a long-term. And here's an opportunity that it still may be possible that it's fairly expensive. And even though it's not our money, down the road, it could become our money because the operational costs on this thing. There's a lot of unknowns on here. They said, yeah, you get the money, you get it. But then after a couple of years, you got to figure out how to deal with it. And they're modular. Does that mean they're going to be like permanent? Are they like school buildings? There are concerns that how do you transition people? Because the whole point was trying to transition people into regular housing. Well, this is portable housing. There's basically a large 8 by 10, 40-foot trailer with 3 units in it. And somewhere along the line, you need to transition these people into permanent housing. Well, here's an opportunity to have money to buy permanent housing, but we weren't ready to do it. And hopefully this will get us to be more proactive as these programs come down, that we have that place to buy apartments, maintain it, and react quickly and be nimble. Dan Rich always said, be nimble. And so here's an opportunity. We are being nimble. We are jumping on this thing, but this doesn't guarantee us that we're going to get these units. And there's a lot of expense into putting these items on a lot. And then what kind of a living experience are these people going to have? They're going to be sitting in a parking lot in a big trailer where's the greenery? Where's the quality of life? And that's why I'm asking my council and staff to take a look at this. I still think there's time to jump on this, because when I was reading the staff report, they said, well, there's no apartments available. Right now, I can tell you there's a 16-unit North Ring store. That's $625K a door. There's a 40-unit on Whitney at $23 million. That's $575,000K per door. And then there's a 13-unit on Chiquita, and that's $446,000 per door. These are much more reasonable than what we're trying to do here. Even if we had to fix these units up, we would be able to have control, maintain, and preserve affordable housing. So we're going in the direction. Hopefully, the state is only given $600 million, and it's going quick. We're going to be taking some money. We got a lot of unknowns. So I'm just being out there. Let's say if we got the opportunity, take the money and buy apartment complexes in the future to maintain it. Do what we can right now because it's there and it's needed. And I just hope that as we go forward, we are going to be proactive and consider doing this with money that's available. And those are my comments, and I make a motion that we proceed with 4.7.
I have Councilmember Clark.
Oh.
I was just going to make the motion, but John, you have to read it.
Okay. Adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View authorizing the joint application to the Project Home Key program to be read in title only. Further reading waive attachment 1 to the council report. 2, authorize the city manager or her designee to execute an agreement with the state of California to participate in the Project Home Key program.
And so I'll take Councilmember Clark's second on that. Thank you. Any other comments on this item? I just wanted to also offer my thanks to our staff. So I got a call, I think it was Monday morning from Life Moves, informing me about this opportunity. And I said, well, talk to staff. I don't know if it can be turned around in 3 days, but I heard they worked around the clock and it was submitted by Thursday. So, people say government's slow, but I'd say that was pretty fast. So I just want to thank staff for doing that. And thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. I know that you had been talking with Life Moves, so thank you for the lead on this too. I think I appreciate Councilmember McAllister's comments, and I know you have been talking about this for many years, and I have been supportive of it. I think there's just I continue to hear the challenges, and I appreciate you're looking through listings, but I remember staff saying that there's also renovation costs that we have to look at, and whether they're code and up to code or not. And so that, I think the issue with this grant program was timing. It was a quick turnaround, and the money has to be spent by a certain time as well. So going to purchase a property may take longer than what we had here. So I appreciate this concept. And I've been looking at modulars or trying to research modulars. I know Councilmember Ramirez mentioned that San Jose has a new project with modulars. I think it's, a new product that I would like to see here tried out. It should be quicker to put up, and also more cost effective is what I'm hearing. I've actually talked with a developer foundation that has donated modulars for the San Jose project. There might be some opportunity here in the future. So I'd like to see this product actually tried out. So in that sense, I'm excited about this, hopefully this opportunity too. So with that, if there are no other comments, we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak. We may have lost Councilmember Matichak. Councilmember McAllister.
I'll vote for her twice. No, I'll just vote for myself. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abeykoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
The motion carries 6-0 then, with one, I guess, abstention at this point, or one absence, and hopefully we will see Councilmember Matichak back. So thank you very much. We'll go on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for, I'm going to say, 2 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. And again, would any member of the public, if you're in the attendee box wishing to speak, please raise your blue hand. And if you are on the phone, please press *9. And we'll start with Richard Spillane. Please unmute yourself and welcome.
Hi, actually, I raised my hand before you guys did roll call. I was going to make a comment on the Alta Vista project. I don't know if it's still permissible for me to comment on that, though.
Yes, you're welcome to. Yes, please go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, so, I live on San Pablo. I'm in Sterling Estates, and I'm actually very close to where the project will be. I'm mostly concerned about the size of the project being 7 stories and how close that will be to an R1 neighborhood. I also have concerns about the parking impact. I suspect there will be significant parking impact based on what happened with the affordable housing over by Sandrone Park. That's 2-story housing, and all of the cars are out on the street and then moving into the neighborhood. So I suspect with increased parking pressure from the Shoreline apartment, the Shoreline project, 1001 North Shoreline, many of those tenants will probably park on the street near their building, and then that will reduce the amount of available street parking on Terabella, forcing people in Alta Vista who are in a 7-story, 100 units to park further up San Rafael and into San Pablo. So I suspect as more high density buildings are added, the parking will be pushed into San Pablo. It has to be pushed into the neighborhood. And so I have a concern about, a significant concern about that I hope the council will address primarily by scaling back the size of the project. I think if Alta Vista were scaled back, it would still provide affordable housing to the community, but would significantly lessen the environmental impact on the neighborhood. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will go to Stephen Goldstein. If you could please unmute yourself.
Thank you for your time. This is Stephen Goldstein, and I just wanted to give you a notification that the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors just extended the moratorium in the county. So this is kind of like an official notification. At the same time, I've been having a very interesting situation with a person that was part of the sneaky repeal. His name is Todd Rothbard. And what is going on is that, of course, he's known as the eviction lawyer in the county of Santa Clara. Given the moratorium, he's got no business at the moment. And what he's now done is he's been working on harassing me for the fact that I have a defective device in my apartment, which was recently installed by my landlord, which my landlord should have realized was the wrong thing to install. And now they're turning around and trying to charge me for plumbing costs because of that mistake. And at the same time telling me I can't even use my product anymore at this point. And so to me, what this is this is tenant harassment being done by this Todd Rothbard, who actually was part of this initiative that was going to be in this coming election, but they had to withdraw the ballot measure. So I have a feeling what's going on now is that he's trying to, in effect, mete out his frustration for the fact that he's probably lost a lot of income because he's not able to evict anybody, and at the same time trying to hold me accountable for errors that my landlord did. And so at this point in time, I'm starting to think that we should really start to address the possibility that there could be some systemic tenant harassment going on, even though there is a so-called eviction moratorium in place. This is all I wanted to discuss. In any case, from my understanding, the moratorium that was passed says either at the end of September or to the end of the current urgency order by the governor, which actually goes until November. So thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you. We'll go to Tim McKenzie. Please unmute yourself. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thanks. I'll start by saying that Stephen's situation sounds terrible. We've got rent control in Mountain View. We should be expanding this and working to protect our renters. That is a horrible situation. We should do everything in our power to help him. Today, I want to talk about Jacob Black, who is a 29-year-old Black man from Wisconsin who on Sunday was shot in the back 7 times by police in front of his 3 children on his son's 8th birthday, and he is now paralyzed, presumably for the rest of his life. I want to bring up that there is still state-sanctioned violence against Black people in our country. This is something that we need to make a change. This is a historic moment. Please rise to the occasion. Use your power in City Council. Defund the police. Divert the money towards expanded social services that actually get at root causes so we don't need a militarized police force harassing our communities. This is not a flash in the pan. You said back in June that the budget was in place for far too long and you needed to start earlier. Well, we're continuing the conversation. Defund the police. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Annette Lynn. Please unmute yourself, Annette. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, good. Hi, my name is Annette Lynn, and I'm a member of the Human Relations Commission. I just wanted to extend an invitation to all Mountain View residents, visitors, and workers to attend our upcoming listening forums that are starting next week. We're gathering stories of individuals and their personal experiences with local police. The purpose of these sessions is to increase visibility of the community's experience with local police, and we at the HRC want to use this information to submit a commission report to the city to provide insight for future policing policies and programs. Our first session is this upcoming Monday, August 31st at 6:30 p.m. It'll be conducted in English. Subsequent sessions are going to target youth, Spanish-speaking, and Mandarin-speaking communities. All sessions are going to be professionally facilitated. We're also going to be collecting stories in writing online, which can be done anonymously for those who prefer that method, and us individual HRC members will also be available to conduct one-on-one interviews with folks who want to do it that way as well. To learn more or register for the forums or submit a story online, you can go to engage.mountainview.gov. And I personally want to thank the tireless Mountain View City staff for making this happen during the summer sessions. And you can reach me, I'm Annette Lynn, at AnnetteLynn.mv@gmail.com. And you can reach the HRC through city staff or through the city website. And that's all I have. I personally am really looking forward to hearing all of your stories. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you to you and the HRC for all of your hard work. We'll go on to Melise Lieb. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Please unmute yourself.
Okay.
Hi
Thank
there.
you. My name is Melise Lieb, and I'm thrilled that Mountain View will be carbon neutral by 2045. Thank you for making this happen. I appreciate living in a community that takes the lead on addressing climate change, but only so much can be done. I think we need to really look at the national level, and that's why I'm here. Mountain View can address climate change at the national level by endorsing Congress's H.R. 763, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. H.R. 763 is a carbon fee and dividend bill. It puts a price on carbon and distributes the proceeds evenly to households. Endorsements from communities such as Mountain View are important. It tells Congress that the people care and cities care. Additionally, Mountain View has a high-tech community, and that would signal that the bill makes economic sense and fosters innovation. An endorsement would also create momentum, inspiring other communities and organizations to do the same. It would be far-reaching, taking our country closer to fixing our climate emergency. It would be awesome to get the endorsement by the end of the year. This would send a signal to Congress to take action. It would be even better to have it completed around Election Day. This way, during the lame duck session, Congress does not have re-election pressures and free to vote as they choose. I ask that you, Mountain View City Council, direct Mountain View Sustainability Manager, Steve Attinger, to evaluate HR 763 so that an endorsement is completed around Election Day. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Ellie Green. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you so much. Hi, City Council. So nice to see you again after the break. I don't quite know where to start. I am a member of MVCPRA. I have been since the beginning, and you've now had a number of months to come forward with a plan, and yet, as we sit here at the first City Council meeting, we hear radio silence. Yes, I know that your commission is still working, but yet it's not being addressed. When we're talking about police reform, when we're talking about helping people, when we're talking about helping our community, there's still no action. When we're talking about doing something tangible to help, when we're saying, open this up, stop hiding behind walls every single city council meeting. Stop sitting there and listening to people, your constituents saying, change something, help us. The system is broken, with blank faces. You have had multiple months to develop a plan, to come forward with something, to hold listening sessions, to talk to people as you seemed so fond to do. And yet during those months, you sat there. During those months, you hid behind more and more closed doors. During those months, you took no action. Do you not remember that 9-hour city council meeting of your constituents telling you they wanted change? Of your constituents saying something needed to change. And yet you continue to sit there, doing nothing, so happy to be complacent in a broken system. I've never been more disappointed in my representatives. I yield my time.
We'll go on to Yuri Klein. Please unmute yourself, Yuri.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Yoni Klein. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to talk about a public health issue that many of us are facing in Mountain View. My wife and I were very fortunate enough to buy our first home together here in Mountain View last year, a condo in the Sierra Vista Park neighborhood. Unfortunately, we've discovered that we've got more than one neighbor who smokes cigarettes regularly near our bedroom windows. We found that our HOA doesn't have any smoking rules, and our neighbors are not willing to be reasonable with us. We're also surprised to find that our city doesn't have any smoking ordinances that cover homes like ours, multifamily homes like condos and apartments and things like that. Even though our county and most of our neighboring cities do, we're sort of at a loss here, sort of out of options. We're sort of afraid to open our windows, and we have sort of put on hold a plan to start our family here. So through outreach to our neighbors, we found we're not the only ones who are dealing with this. There are many people, and really the only way to protect everyone is with a smoking ordinance. I just want to emphasize a few points. This is a serious public health issue, and the hazards of secondhand smoke are well known. It is urgent. We need it now because even though one day of exposure is too much, we're all sheltered in place for the foreseeable future. And third, although I know there are competing priorities, we can use the many smoking ordinances around us as models for our own. So I think this is something we all want and need, and isn't necessarily a controversial issue. And I hope you'll consider taking this on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to Corinda Makara. Hi, Corinda. You can unmute yourself, please.
Good evening. So I'd like to add a point for the smoking ban. I know that in Sunnyvale they ban smoking in multi-unit family, both inside the unit and in the common area. So the story can give an example how that very frustrating. The other day, I had and had this air purifier in my bedroom run all night. So, but in the morning, when I open my bedroom door to the hallway, I smell I don't know how long or something like that, but the smoke, cigarette smoke, was in my unit. If my windows and doors closed. And it's fires. I would have windows open because I wanted to at night and I could sleep better. Had I done that night, I would have woken up with a pretty bad headache from cigarette smoke. So I really consider having a ban.
Thank you. Go on to David Peters. Please unmute yourself, David.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Wonderful. So good evening, my name is David Peters, and I am also a member of the Mountain View Coalition for Police Reform and Accountability, or MVCPRA. We would like to thank the Race, Equity, and Inclusion Subcommittee members and the rest of city staff for their attention to this critical issue. And we remain committed to working with you in envisioning a more equitable future of public safety in Mountain View. Since June, our organization has been calling for an independent, resident-led task force to review MVPD's policies and budget. We recognize that choosing a police oversight model is a complex process that will take time, and we thank Melvin Gaines of the city staff and the Stanford researchers who have been looking into this issue. As a coalition, we've united around the following principles, and we hope the subcommittee will take them into consideration moving forward, as well as the council in full. 1, we should reduce the scope of policing in Mountain View and have appropriate experts handle situations. 2, public safety solutions must amplify the voices of communities most affected by institutionalized racism and criminalization of poverty, including but not limited to Black, Latinx, unhoused, and vehicle-dwelling neighbors. 3, institutionalized racism is real, and it is our duty to dismantle it. We must structure institutions to prioritize equity. And 4, taxpayer money should go to non-punitive solutions. We hope the City Council will take these principles in mind as moving forward on this issue, and we look forward to working with you as we develop solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Jen Singh. You can unmute yourself, Jen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jen Singh, and I'm also here on behalf of MVCPRA. Thank you, David Peters, for introducing our principles. Although our coalition is focused on policing, we understand our fight is inextricably linked to the fight for housing justice. Both are rooted in institutional racism, which we must all work to dismantle, as stated in our third principle. That is why we support our neighbors in asking the City Council to appoint a member to the Rental Housing Committee who will protect rent control. In our second principle, we articulate the need to amplify the voices of communities most targeted by institutional racism and criminalization of poverty. These are the communities that rely on the just implementation of rent control by the RHC in order to continue living here. If the council votes in September to appoint a member to the RHC who will go against the will of the voters in the community and undermine rent control from the inside out, the council will be reinforcing the institutional racism that has caused our Latinx population to drop dramatically in the recent years. MVCPRA stands in solidarity with our neighbors in calling on you to appoint a member of the RHC who is committed to fairly protecting rent control. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Patricia Klein. Please unmute yourself.
Hi. Oh, sorry.
You have an echo.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Great, yes.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I also wanted to talk to you about the lack of smoking ordinance for multi-unit housing in Mountain View. This is a serious health issue that many people in our city are dealing with. A surprising amount of people either don't have smoking rules where they live or do have rules but are dealing with a lack of enforcement or unreasonable neighbors. Where we live, we have multiple neighbors that smoke near our windows and doorways. We have to keep our windows closed so we don't breathe the secondhand smoke. If we want to open them for fresh air, we have to constantly be on alert in case smoke is getting through and run to close them. There are times where we have experienced smoke in our home when the windows are even closed. And we really need the city to adopt a smoking ordinance to protect us. Many cities around us have a smoking ordinance: Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, Saratoga, Los Gatos, Santa Clara County for the unincorporated, Redwood City, and we're one of the few ones left. I just found out I'm sheltering in place until at least January. I know other companies in the area have their employees home too. Students are home, the elderly are home, and we're all trying to do our part to stay safe from COVID-19 and keep others safe. But I'm not safe at home. I'm more exposed to secondhand smoke now. This is not a way to live life. Those who choose to smoke should not be allowed to make that choice for those around them. So when you open your windows to take a breath of fresh air, once the air quality is good again, remember that there are those of us who cannot. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. We'll go to Nikki Robinson. Please unmute yourself.
Hello. Thank you so much for letting me speak with you today. My name is Nikki Robinson. I live next to Rainstorff Park. I want to thank you for establishing and sticking to ambitious climate action plans to protect our community from climate change. In particular, I've recently joined the composting pilot program, and I'm very impressed by how well put together the program is. Your work on this matter to me is really important to me because I've seen the impacts of climate change on the Bay Area. When I was growing up in the Santa Cruz Mountains 20 years ago, we had multiple years with significant snowfall. Then I lived in New Jersey for many years, and now I've returned to find we have barely any precipitation, causing horrible droughts and fires. My mom still lives in the mountains and often has to either evacuate or prepare to do so. And here in Mountain View, we're stuck inside without air conditioning because the air quality is too bad from all the smoke. Our fellow residents without homes, of course, have it even worse. If we don't take significant action, this is only the beginning, though. The Mountain View City website references a study that found that the bay could rise between 8 and 31 inches by 2067, potentially flooding a large portion of northern Mountain View. I experienced plenty of flooding in my time in New Jersey, and let me tell you, we really don't want to have to deal with both floods and fires. Mountain View has done a lot to fight climate change, but there's only so much we can do without federal help. This is why I want to echo Melissa's ask that the Council consider endorsing the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. This will send a strong message to Congress that we need them to take action. This bill or a similar policy has already been endorsed by the cities of San Jose, Los Altos, and Santa Cruz, as well as the counties of San Mateo and Santa Cruz. Please refer this important matter to the Sustainability Manager so Mountain View can join them in sending this important message to Congress. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Ruth Rosenthal. If you can unmute yourself, please. Ruth.
Hi, my name is Ruth Rosenthal, and I'm a Mountain View resident. I'd like to start off by appreciating the city for all the great efforts they've done to combat climate change locally. In particular, I'm really impressed with the city's efforts commissioning a number of different studies to understand how sea level rise is going to negatively impact our community if climate change is allowed to continue without serious action. For me, the current wildfires remind me of the urgency of major national action on climate change, even amidst all the other crises that we're currently experiencing. Scientists earlier this year published a study that said climate change has doubled the number of extreme risk days for California's wildfires. As my fellow residents, Nikki and Melise, discussed, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, a bill that's currently in Congress now, would dramatically reduce our carbon emissions. It would actually lower our national emissions by 90% by 2050. This is the sort of dramatic national action that we need now to address the climate crisis. Please help us show our members of Congress that this bill is important to our Mountain View community by considering a resolution of endorsement. Please refer this issue to the Sustainability Manager. We would love to further discuss the details of the bill and a resolution of endorsement with the Sustainability Office. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Dina. If you can unmute yourself, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Dina, and I'm here today to speak in support of adopting a city ordinance that would protect residents of multi-unit houses from secondhand smoke. It is a well-known fact that secondhand smoke is a deadly toxin, and it significantly increases risk of lung cancer, heart disease, stroke, multitude of other health issues. The U.S. Surgeon General estimated that secondhand smoke causes premature death of more than 40,000 people a year. Furthermore, some evidence has emerged by now that not only smokers, but also people exposed to chronic secondhand smoke are vulnerable to COVID-19. Breathing in secondhand smoke puts us all at greater risk because the exposure weakens the immune system and limits the body's natural defense against COVID. We're all now forced to spend a lot of time at home due to the pandemic. Personally, I'm home almost 24/7 at this time since I also work from home. It will remain the case in any foreseeable future, and this makes issue of secondhand smoke in multi-unit housing especially urgent. I live in a townhome community where units attached and attic spaces connected. Since one of my neighbors is a smoker, I have a health condition that makes me especially sensitive to smoke. I can never leave my doors or windows open, and I cannot enjoy my outdoor area as well. Excuse me. Even with all the doors and windows closed, smoke penetrates the house through cracks and vents. Currently, there are 60 California municipalities, including our neighboring Palo Alto and Sunnyvale. A number of others already enacted this law for smoke-free multi-unit housing. And I would like to urge the City Council to act promptly on this issue as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Jian Lu. Jian, please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Jian Luo, and I live right outside of downtown Mountain View. I just graduated from Los Altos High, and I'd like to applaud Mountain View for their extraordinary compliance with climate change, especially with AB 32 and their adoption of the greenhouse gas reduction targets and inventory system. From 2005 to 2018, municipal greenhouse gas emissions in Mountain View have decreased by 51%, which is a really big deal. However, Melise, Ruth, and Nikki, previous residents who spoke, made really good points about the urgency of addressing climate crisis, especially as we see increased natural disasters. And I believe that a bill like the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, which is estimated to lower emissions by 90% in 30 years, would signal vital support for local policymakers and businesses in Mountain View, and I urge an endorsement for it. I think that getting us in contact with the sustainability manager would also be very helpful. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll go to John Simantov. Please unmute yourself. Actually, I'm getting a note. Oh, I'm going to have to promote to panelist, it says. I guess he's using an older version of Zoom. So that I'm just going to promote him. Does that work? Oh,
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Sorry for my old Zoom version.
No worries. You can speak up a little too, please.
How's that?
That's great. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Simantov, and I'm a resident of Mountain View. The pandemic and wildfires have shown us that breathing is essential, and clean air is not to be taken for granted. When you smoke inside of an apartment, townhome, or condo, the smoke goes through vents, electrical outlets, and tiny cracks in walls, ceilings, doors, and windows, affecting residents in other units adjacent to yours and beyond. When my downstairs neighbor smokes, my entire condo smells like cigarettes. Other neighbors with asthma, including kids, have had trouble breathing at home on multiple occasions due to residents of our condo complex smoking inside their units or outside in common areas. Secondhand smoke has been shown to cause lung disease and other respiratory problems, and right now is exactly the time we should not be exacerbating these issues. Allowing people to willfully poison their neighbor's air, which cannot be escaped by closing windows and doors, is irresponsible at the best of times and critically dangerous right now when we're all trying to stay safe in our homes. Frankly, this is a public health risk that can't be ignored. Many other cities in the Bay Area, including Redwood City, Concord, Alameda, San Rafael, and even our neighbors Palo Alto and Sunnyvale, have banned smoking in multifamily dwellings, including inside units and in common areas. Sunnyvale has had this law on the books for years. It's time Mountain View caught up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? I don't see any more hands. Anyone on the phone? City Clerk?
Mayor, if I could just ask us to check, Sandra Esparza has sent me an email asking, I see her. If Sandra Esparza, I'm not sure if you would like to speak under item 5, items not on the agenda. She had sent me an email indicating she was hoping to get into the meeting, but I'm not sure what item she's interested in. I see her in the attendee list.
Okay, let me see if I can find her. Sandra. Sandra, could you unmute yourself? Sandra, are you able to unmute? I'm not seeing her unmuting. I don't know if my button's not working.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not able to either. Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure what items she wanted to speak on, but I know she was trying to provide comments at some point in the meeting.
Should I try to promote to panelists? Would that help?
Sure.
Okay. Sandra, are you able to unmute? Oh, I think you're muted. Sandra? Oh, hello? Sandra? She's unmuted.
Hello.
Oh, hi there.
Hi. Sorry, it was in the wrong item. I want to speak later on. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Okay,
Thank
no
you.
worries. We'll see you later.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so that concludes oral communication. So we will close item 5 and move on to item 6.
Oh, Mayor, I had a question for one of the panelists.
Oh, yes, please.
Hey, John, the last speaker that spoke on the indoor, on the smoke, when you looked at these other cities, were you able to determine the size of the unit? Does it go as low as a duplex? Or was there a certain size of number of units that these non-smoking applied to?
I'm sorry, who are you directing that to?
It was John Samot,
Simentov.
Yeah, Sminatov. Yeah.
Let's see, he's still on. I had to promote him to panelist. I don't see him.
See him on the line either, Mayor.
Oh, Patricia Klein, are you able to answer this question?
Hi, Councilmember McAllister. Thanks. Sorry. Yeah, so it does include duplexes. From what we saw, it does not include single family homes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
3 or more, sorry.
Oh, 3 or more. So, okay, so not duplexes, but 3 or more. Is that pretty general across all ordinances? Patricia?
Oh, let's see here if we can ask. Let's get you to unmute. There you
Sorry.
go.
Patricia, did you hear my question about, is that across all ordinances?
No, it is not across all ordinances. It really just depends on the city and what they decide, to be honest. But for example, when I was reading the Santa Clara County one, we noticed, and that's sort of what we think is sort of the model one, because it's not super intrusive, but it also gets the point across. That one does not include duplexes.
So it's 3 or more units. Patricia? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Patricia. All right. With that, we will close item 5 and move on to item 6, our public hearing, 6.1, gatekeeper for 1020 to 1040 Terabella Avenue. Do any council members wish to make disclosures such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? Yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I've met with the applicant.
Great. Vice Mayor?
Great. Thank you. Yes, I connected with the applicant and did a site visit. Thanks.
And Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, I met with the applicant as well.
Anyone else? Councilmember Matichak?
Raise your hand. Unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. Yes, got it. I'm having major issues here. Apologies. I keep on turning off the video, hoping that will help with the stability of my internet. But yes, I met with both of the applicants, and I have been to the site many times. I've probably met with the applicants several times over the past few years. We've been talking about this project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Clark?
Yeah, same. This has been going on for a while, so I met with them at least once and been out to the site at least once as well.
And I would like to disclose that I met with the applicants as well several times and visited the site. So with that, we have
One more.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I had similar experiences as Councilmember Matichak that over the years we talked about it. I visited the site today, in fact, and but no one was there, but I just drove by. So I have met with them numerous times.
Great. Thank you. Now we will move on to our staff presentation by Stephanie Williams, our Planning Manager, Zoning Administrator. Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you. If the city clerk could enable screen sharing for me.
There you go. That.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome back, everyone. It's good to see you. The item before you tonight is a request from Public Storage and Alta Housing for gatekeeper authorization, which would authorize the assignment of staff resources for consideration of zoning and general plan amendments to allow the redevelopment of the project site with a new personal storage buildings and an affordable housing project. The project site includes 2 properties located on the northwest corner of Terabella Avenue and San Rafael Avenue and are currently developed and occupied with a personal storage facility and a temporary safe parking use. The proposal would rearrange the current property configuration so that the housing site, which currently fronts primarily on San Rafael Avenue, to Terabella Avenue, and a storage facility would be behind this adjacent to the freeway. To facilitate this and allow a larger housing site, Public Storage would donate about a ½ acre of land to Alta Housing, which increases the number of affordable housing units that could be built on the current property owned by Alta Housing from approximately 56 units to 105 units. With the donation of the ½ acre from Public Storage to Alta Housing, Public Storage would redevelop the remainder of their site with 2 5-story personal storage buildings and new site improvements and landscaping. And Alta Housing would develop an approximately 7-story, 105-unit, 100% affordable housing community. The project plans presented as part of the gatekeeper request being considered have only undergone a cursory review by staff and are meant to be preliminary. If the gatekeeper request is authorized, the applicant would then be allowed to submit a development application with detailed development plans, which would be reviewed for compliance with city policies, regulations, and guidelines, as well as the associated zoning and general plan amendments. In conclusion, staff recommends that council authorize the gatekeeper request at 1020 to 1040 Terabella Avenue, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. And the applicants are also here tonight to answer any questions, and we'll be giving a presentation as well.
Great, thank you. So let's see, should we, let's, why don't we go to the presentation that Mr. Friedman, would you like to present? If you can unmute yourself, please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. I think.
Hi, Mayor.
I'm sorry. Is it 7 minutes like we normally give?
Mayor, I think, or go ahead, Ms. Williams, if you wanted to go ahead.
Okay, I think it's giving me now the option.
Oh, do you need to share screen?
Yeah, I need to share screen, please. I'll.
Let's see if I can.
I believe the applicant was told 10 minutes total, but Ms. Williams might be able to clarify.
All right. Yes, please go ahead then. 10 minutes, and there you go.
Excellent. Thank you again, everyone, and thank you for your patience with technology. So I'm here together with the representatives from Alta Housing. Randy, Diane are here with me, and we'll share the presentation. I'll share my screen, but they'll be speaking as well. This project was initially brought to you back in November of 2019, where City Council approved unanimously to come forward to a gatekeeper. We've since been working in a collaborative mixed-use development very similar to what we presented to you with Alta Housing, that will result in an increased development of affordable housing in diverse unit sizes. So ultimately, our gatekeeper will be working to create a general plan amendment and rezone to a planned community district to allow a collaborative project. As part of these efforts, as Stephanie alluded, we'll be donating public storage to Alta Housing, about half an acre of our property, to allow them to go from 56 units to about 101 units and increase their number of bedrooms.
You're breaking up, Andrea. I think he might have frozen. Is Randy, are you able to take over? Or?
I can jump in and pretend I'm Andres. If I need to, can I share my screen? Is that
Yes.
possible?
Just one moment. Let me see. I can get, okay. I'm actually not able to bring down that screen. It must be frozen.
It's frozen on Andres. Okay.
Yes, I am not able to. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Yes, unfortunately, it's not letting me. I could withdraw his.
I have the button saying this will stop other screen sharing. Can I? Should I
try? Yes, I don't mind trying that. It's not working for me.
Let's see, where do I go? Oh, actually, that doesn't work. Stop share. Back here. I guess that didn't work. Sorry.
I might go ahead and withdraw the permissions and let's see.
And Andreas, if you're on the line and you can call in, please do so and we'll bring you back.
I did go ahead and actually try to remove him. There we go. It looks like it kicked in there.
Oh, Andreas, are you back? I just saw Andreas back.
Okay, let me go ahead and start this again.
Just disappeared again. Andreas, are you back?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I apologize. My computer totally messed up with me, so I called from my iPhone. So Randy, if it's okay with you, share your screen, and I'm happy to talk and walk through the presentation. So if Randy, you can hear me, just go to the third slide. I'll try to be efficient with my presentation. All right. So coming back to the presentation. So as I mentioned, the design by providing and maximizing the frontage of Terabella has improved the layout of the residential component, created more quality units for the affordable project. As mentioned, we are relinquished the frontage of Terabella, which is a much more pedestrian street, and it faces the rest of the community, while we're going to be facing the interchange in the back. This project achieves city goals to provide a variety of housing types and a variety of income levels. In addition, this project, as I mentioned before, increases the amount of units we'll be able to provide And as important, it will allow Alta Housing to reduce the cost of their units by approximately $80,000 each. And the project itself will create a mix of affordable housing that includes a 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms as well. And Alta Housing will be discussing their program here in a moment. Next slide, please, Randy. Stephanie shared an aerial view. This is depicting the existing condition, a public storage property outlined in red, orange, and Alta Housing, which is currently 0.47 acres in blue. Next slide. After the joint effort and the land donation, moving our project to the back, this provides an additional half an acre, almost an acre plus to Alta Housing to be able to develop their project. Next slide. I'll briefly talk about the public storage proposed project, and then I'll turn it over to Randy so he can walk you through Alta Housing development. But we are proposing a 2-phase project that includes 2 5-story buildings. The first one is about a 200,000 square foot building. And ultimately, the idea is to develop the first one, and once the first one is stabilized, to go to the next one. We're going to be removing approximately 16 buildings, replacing with these 2 buildings. And one of the advantages of moving the building here to the back and providing the residential to the front is just provides a significant sound barrier for the residential project, but also the rest of the community. This project also allows us now to provide a variety of storage unit mixes with smaller units that allow us to make them also more affordable. It will be a climate control with greater security, state-of-the-art, that will provide much needed storage units for the community. And it's a much, much quieter use also because all the units now are looking inside. So any customer that will come will minimize the noise that they create by visiting our property. With that, I'll turn it over to Randy so he can give you an overview of their project.
Great. Thank you, Andres, and good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So I wanted to publicly thank Andres and Public Storage for being such a great partner in this project. As he mentioned already, the donation by Public Storage is allowing us to more than double the size of our site from under half an acre to just over a half an acre. This is a quick sketch of what of a concept we had developed on our previous site. And then this is again a very early schematic of what the new site with Public Storage's donation could yield. It clearly fronts on Terabella. It's well buffered from Highway 101. In fact, the average setback of the building from 101 is close to 270 feet. So the Public Storage property now gives it a great buffer from Highway 101. And at the same time, it maintains 650 feet of distance to the residential neighborhood. This is the initial design concept. We're looking forward to the opportunity to work with DRC and staff to refine the design and aesthetics of the project. But I just wanted to point out a couple key design principles that we gave to our architects, Van Meter, Williams, and Pollock, as we started this process. One is that we asked them to really put the donation on from Public Storage to work. We really were shooting for at least 100 units to provide a substantial increase in affordable housing opportunities here in Mountain View. The second principle we gave them is to really provide a generous setback from the street. We wanted to area to be able to incorporate landscaping, trees, and create a more traditional residential feel along Terabella as this area transitions to more residential. And then the last thing we asked them to do is to look for ways to break up the mass of the building and push it back from Terabella. And I think they've really been successful in doing that. The front setback now is a traditional 20-foot setback from the back of walk. That's the same setback that is required in a single-family neighborhood, including the new public sidewalk, the building will be 28 feet roughly from the back of curb. Meanwhile, on the third floor, the step backs of the building range from 2 feet to 60 feet with an average step back of 30 feet. And what that allows us to do is not only break down the mass of the building, but also to incorporate a 1/4 acre of open space on the patio up on that third level. So with that, we just again wanted to acknowledge the donation by Public Storage, and we are asking council to respectfully grant us the gatekeeper request tonight. And I'll turn it back over to Andres for one last slide.
Yeah, so this is just a rendering out of San Rafael. To your right, you have the freeway interchange. So the project really is kind of hidden behind the freeway in the interchange. But we understand the city and what the city represents. So we're stepping away a little bit from our prototype by creating a very contemporary and clean experience. This is the main entrance to our customers. What you see below will be the office and the rental. With some display on top of it. And then as you enter in a secure environment, you'll be able to get to the lobbies of each building and into your project. So we'll, again, looking forward to working with staff and with Alta Housing to develop a project that we're all proud of. So with that, I'll thank you, everyone, and we'll open it for questions.
Great, thank you very much. We will now move to questions from council members, either for staff or for the applicants. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want to take too much time. Really quickly, first, one of the issues that I think we discussed in the context of 1001 North Shoreline was concern about compatibility of uses. The introduction of residential in an industrial area may have some impact on existing businesses. And I'm wondering if you've had a chance to conduct any outreach to businesses in the industrial area.
We have not at this point in time. We intend to, should we get through the gate, but we have not done so to the industrial businesses. We did have a meeting with representatives from the Sterling Estates neighborhood. And I know that Andres, I don't know, Andres, if you've met with folks from the industrial area or not.
No, I think we did a lot of working session as when the city was the visioning plan, and our use was there and the proposed use to densify it was there. So to that extent, we communicated with the community, but we haven't done specific targeted to the current neighbors. So we will be doing that next.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And then when I met with the neighbors in the area, one of the issues that was expressed, one of the concerns that was expressed was transportation safety. And for staff, I'm wondering if you can remind us and everyone in the audience what transportation safety improvements we will benefit from with the construction of 1001 North Shoreline.
Staff respond to that? Oh.
As part of that project approval, council requested a review in 2021 of the 5-year CIP, and would decide at that time the allocation of the community benefit funds and exactly which transportation improvement projects those would go to, which could include bike lanes along Terabella or other areas.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, this is for staff, but I just want to acknowledge Randy. I love it when he says step back. We've had many discussions about step back versus setback. So that was North Bay Shore, we learned a little bit on that. So thank you. This is for staff. The parking. So we're always assuming that because it's affordable unit, there's no one, the parking isn't required or it's minimized, and they're requesting minimized. So is there a parking study going to be done in conjunction with the cumulative effect of putting the other items from the Sarah Regis project and apartments?
Yes, as part of the project review, we would engage with a transportation consultant to do a parking analysis. For not only the residential unit, but also for the public storage.
Public storage, okay. So this is just a gatekeeper. So we're not authorizing, all we're doing is authorizing staff. We're not putting any kind of approval on the project. It's sort of, correct? Or are we putting a sort of a de facto approval of the project?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So could you walk us through the gatekeeper process so people, I mean, there's concern about it. You know, it's a great project for affordable housing, but there are consequences that are unintended potentially. So could you walk us through a sort of a timeline of what's going to happen with this gatekeeper?
If council authorized the gatekeeper, then the applicants would be able to submit their development permit applications, and it would go through the development review process, you know, site design, architecture, as well as be reviewed by the other departments for considerations from fire, building, public works, and also concurrently we would be doing environmental review under CEQA. And ultimately, it would come back to our Environmental Planning Commission for a recommendation to council. We would then make the final decision.
And so will this come back to council after the EPC does it, or will there be a check-in along the line with council?
If council would like to request a study session, typically for gatekeepers, we do an Environmental Planning Commission study session, and that kind of serves as the first step in terms of study sessions for projects that include legislative acts.
Okay. Okay. So there was another question. Randy made the comment that they want to be sensitive as this area turns into residential, but yet right across the street, I saw a brand new office complex going in there. Are there any implied assumptions that this will become residential, this area?
Councilmember McAllister, I'll answer that. We went through a visioning process for Terabella, and council chose not to move forward with it. So at this time, we don't have anything adopted, but should the council wish to continue the process or start a new process and finally adopt a plan, that's when you know, we can say, yes, there is a vision to bring residential into the area.
So right now it's primary light industrial, light manufacturing, office in that area.
That's right.
Okay. We're going to be coming there. They're asking for a development agreement. Is there any reason that we can't, well, we ask some kind of compensation for that development agreement because they're buying time and we go over there. Is there any way, and since this is a negotiated process as we go forward, that since the Alta housing is exempt from parkland kind of dedication, is there a way to go to public storage and say, to move this project forward, we're going to be putting in 500 units, we're going to be putting in 1,000 or more people in this 2-block area. We need to start thinking about parkland and putting some parks in this area because that's going to be overwhelming. So is that a possibility?
As part of a development agreement, we do negotiate, and the council may suggest items for both staff and the applicant to consider. So we're happy to look at that. We'll go back, discuss what the applicant can do, and then we can come back with any amendments or requirements as part of the DA.
So
agreement.
Okay, so in the past that I thought do we have a new policy in that any development agreements have to be approved by the council?
Yes, they're ordinances and have to be approved by the council.
Okay. What else? No, okay. I think the project will be well suited. I think it's going to be nice, but I do have some concerns about parking, traffic, the size of it, transportation, and so forth. So thank you.
Councilman McAllister, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, this is Andres Friedman with Public Storage. I just wanted to comment on the development agreement request, and it has to do a little bit with part of our community benefit, if you will, is this land donation to be able to allow to increase the amount of affordable housing units. We estimate, based on land value for apartments, that it probably is in the proximity of $8 million. One of the hopes and the idea of that was also to allow us to phase this project into two pieces to allow us enough time to create stability on these two buildings that we'll be delivering. We are fully committed, even under the current market conditions we are experiencing, to move as fast as we can, but we do not know what the future will take and how fast we'll be able to fill the first one. So the only reason we're requesting additional time is, one, to be able to keep our current customers in place for the phase two while the first building is completed and stabilized, and then to give us enough time to build the second building as the stabilization occurs. So we were hoping, and the idea initially when we started all this, increasing the land donation, which started as 1/4 of an acre to increase to 1/2 an acre, then to give up the entire frontage, which we all acknowledge is of great benefit, but that was part of the conversation about this development agreement as well.
Okay, I have no problem with development agreements. I was just curious about it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I want to follow up on a couple of topics that Councilmember McAllister brought up. The first is the process that this would go through. And I was wondering, often we have, right after a project is given the green light to go through the gatekeeper or given gatekeeper status, it goes to the EPC for a study session. So would there be 2 EPC meetings, or is it just one after it's gone through the DRC and the other departments?
So there would be one study session after gatekeeper authorization, and then once it went through the development review process, it would go back to EPC for final recommendation to council.
Okay, thank you. And his other question about parking studies, can you talk a little bit about what is involved in a parking study? Like, are they surveying the parking? How do they choose comparables? Just sort of some of the details of how that would work.
They typically choose comparable other built projects especially for affordable housing projects with similar attributes. So they would be looking for other family housing projects and look to see what the parking dynamics were for those built projects, and then compare them to the proposed parking ratio of the project, and they also look at things like peak hour demand and mixing of uses and things like that. But then ultimately any adjustments to the project based on that would be made if it was determined that there would be a shortage of parking supply based on the results of the parking study.
So are they also looking at how many or how full the streets are around an affordable housing complex, or are they just looking at the parking lot associated with that complex?
So projects are expected to fully park themselves within their project boundaries on private property, and public streets are not allowed to be counted towards your required parking.
Right, but if you were surveying, say, the affordable housing project on the corner of Middlefield and San Verón, you would see lots of parking on the street, and it's not people at the park. You see them going to their cars from the complex. And so when you look at parking in a parking study, if you were just looking at the parking lot, you might not have a complete picture. So would they also be looking at the streets around a development when they do surveys?
Right, so comparison to other projects is not necessarily to do surveys of those projects and how they operate, but it's to find other projects that have similar attributes that are sufficiently parking themselves. So do those projects have, what is their parking, what are their parking numbers? And then if it's similar to the proposed project, then you would compare that.
So there's, maybe I misunderstood. So they don't really see if what's happening with those parking spaces. They just see how many were built to go with that project. But they don't look at utilization of the spaces. Is that right?
Right, they would look at utilization of the spaces, but we wouldn't want to compare to a project that is underparked based on an evaluation of their utilization of parking.
Okay. And what are we using for sort of the guidelines or the rules for, because, well, this is a P district is what they're proposing here. So what are we using to provide any sort of guidance to things like setbacks, FAR, just typical development standards?
Some preliminary thought was that the R4 district would be an appropriate district to kind of benchmark development standards, as the R4 allows up to 80 dwelling units per acre.
Okay. And then would this project be feasible with perhaps a greater subsidy at a lower intensity?
I think maybe the applicant can respond to this. We don't have the alternative economics.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councilmember, we would need to do a more detailed analysis of that pro forma. At this point, we have not engaged a contractor at this point to be able to break out foundation costs and other things like that from the overall reduction in the gross square footage of the building. So while we do know that the average cost per unit would go up, which could jeopardize the project's ability to obtain funding, given the competitive nature of funding at the state level these days. To what degree that is true, we don't know. We would need to run a more detailed pro forma to give you that answer.
Okay. Thank you. That's it for now.
Any other questions from council members? I had one. It was a follow-up to my written question about park fees. It meant the answer was that there's in this area there was about $4 million, I think, but it's been dedicated to a project. I was just wondering what that was for.
I don't know if either Dawn or John Marchant are available, but I could try to dig up some of the information.
Just one moment. I'm just bringing John Marchant in, and I can bring Dawn in as well.
Good evening, Council. John Marchant, Community Services Director. So the 4.4 approximate dollar that was provided is committed for land acquisition. So those funds are actually available for acquiring land in that area.
Okay, great. And then from 1,000, does this include the 1001 shoreline project? I can't remember how much park fees we were going to generate from that project. I know some of it we were looking at using for improvements at San Verone, but was there any balance to that as well? And is that in the 4 million or is it in addition? Sorry, didn't mean to throw a curveball at you.
At this moment, I don't think that is included, but I can follow up afterwards.
Okay, that's fine. Great. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I will go to public comment. If you are in the attendee box and would like to comment, please raise your blue hand. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. So I have 3. We'll start with Roheen Ghosh. And please unmute yourself. Let's see.
Mayor, I'm sorry, can you confirm the amount of time for each speaker?
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
apologize,
Yes,
I missed it.
2 minutes, please.
2 minutes, got it, thank you.
And Roheen, are you able to unmute yourself? Oh, I see you in our, oh. No. Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Roheen. We'll see if you can unmute yourself in a bit. We'll go to Bruce England. You can unmute yourself, Bruce.
You can hear me okay?
Yes, a little higher, please. Higher volume. There we go.
Better? I had to lean over my phone.
There we go. Thanks.
This is another case where Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning was not able to get off a letter. So I just want to voice our support for the gatekeeper request. This Alta housing project is very important to the future of Palo Alto and to provide affordable housing. And so it's a reasonable ask. And so just in short, we support the gatekeeper request and urge you to approve it. Thank you.
I assume you meant for the future of Mountain View, not Palo Alto, but.
Sorry. Palo Alto, so I think I can't forget my own history. Yes, Mountain View.
Alrighty, thank you. Roheen, can you unmute yourself now? Oh,
Hi, yeah, I'm back.
There we go.
Sorry, that's working again. I would like to say that this is exactly the type of project that we're looking for. 100 units, 100% BMR units with no displacement, and like the business is like just making a deal with the Alta housing developer. I think this is, I don't like to call things perfect, but I think this is close to that. And I really, really, really hope this project goes through. This is exactly what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. And Albert James, please unmute yourself.
I have a presentation too.
Okay.
And I have my own timer. As soon
Great.
as the presentation goes on, I'll start the timer.
Alrighty. Do we need to share screen or?
Yeah, and I disclose I have met with the applicant many times as well.
Just one moment and I'll get that up. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Albert Jeans, 32-year resident of Sterling Estates. Yeah, there's a lot to like about this project, and we all know we need more affordable housing, but I still have some concerns that I like to voice, similar to Councilmember McAllister. Next slide, please. The first one is what some people refer to at the visioning plan meeting, and that is land uses and the general plan. You know, we're dropping a couple of residential locations right in the middle of this light industrial area, and which is not called out as a change area in the general plan. And I'm just wondering, why are we spending so much time on a general plan when we can just kind of easily amend it just to put things like this, willy-nilly here and there when the time seems right. This is a very large project, along with Shoreline Gateway. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is what it looks like now, and this is what next slide, please. This will look like when it's built out. In the foreground, you can see the new office building that Calvano's building. That's a good 2-story building. It's great. We all support that. But I think we find the 7-story residential a bit imposing. And because it's in the middle of this industrial zone, it's relatively isolated, despite what one of the other speakers said. And especially since this is intended to be a family-oriented development, it seems like it's not too appropriate. Next slide, please. Do you really expect kids to be playing in the street here on Terabella? Next slide, please. And it's about a 14-minute walk from Safeway, so I think everybody's going to need a car here. And next slide, please. And as Councilmember Matichak mentioned, we already have an overflow parking problem from San Verona Apartments. That is part of the model standards, 100% affordable, and there's always full parking on the street outside. Next slide, please. Just go next slide, please. So yeah, in order to make it more conducive to residential, we hope that council will direct staff to at least try to implement these conditions that we'd like to see happen, especially about putting a park in there. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone else? Yes, Zur Nehustan. Oh, sorry if I didn't pronounce it correctly. Please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Tsu, and I also live in Sterling Estates. While I'm for affordable housing, I join my neighbors and I'm opposed to this specific project. I share similar concerns as Albert mentioned and as Councilmember McAllister mentioned around the site, traffic, and parking. I have 2 kids, and as a parent, I would not like to raise my kids in the middle of an unsafe industrial area surrounded by robotics shop, roofing company, car shop, glass shop, offices, storage facility, and the recycling center. I would like the city to consider building affordable housing in much more kids-friendly areas, like the lot near Cuesta Park between Began Avenue and Cuesta Park, or the lot on Calderon and Church in downtown. As for traffic, I believe traffic studies for 1001 Shoreline were already borderline and concluded traffic is just exceeding the recommended limits. And as for parking, I would recommend permit parking in Sterling Estates to help with overflow parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? Let's see here. Kati Blues, please unmute yourself. Hi there.
Hi. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Hello, my name is Kati, and I live in Sterling Estates, actually on San Pablo, so I'm very, very close to Terabella, and we drive there when we drop the kids to school and when we merge to 101 and 85. So unfortunately, I don't support the scale of this project, specifically regarding Alta housing. We already have 2 stories approved on Terabella, and any additional residential project should wait before the city does precise plan or general plan or whatever you want to call it plan. It really feels like these projects are being approved on the basis of first come, first serve, instead of a proper planning for the whole area that affecting the existing neighborhood. Alta has another lot on Terabella. Will that also become 7 stories? Or will they donate this space for a park for their affordable housing residents, which are families as well? Why it has to be 7-story? Where else we have 7 stories affordable housing in Mountain View? We already have affordable housing next to San Veron. There will be affordable units on Terabella and Shoreline Corner and on Middlefield across San Veron. Meantime, no new amenities for future or existing neighbors. So it doesn't feel fair at all to me. If you support 7 stories in my neighborhood, then be prepared to support 7 stories in other neighborhoods in Mountain View. My neighborhood shouldn't be the only lucky one like this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Salim Darmerji, please unmute yourself.
Hi, I support this housing project. It's an amazing housing project. It's not often that the council gets the opportunity to approve 100+ units of affordable housing, especially so close to major job centers in Mountain View. I understand that locally it might increase traffic, but across the region it decreases traffic because more people will live near their jobs. So I hope all of you vote in favor of this project. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. We'll go to Jack Thompson. Can you unmute yourself, please, Jack?
Hi, I'm a Mountain View homeowner and also a board member at Alta Housing, and I want to just express my support for the plan in general, and I think we will all listen to the concerns and the desire for amenities and hope that we can work those things out to the satisfaction of everyone around. There's an urgent need for this kind of housing in our community, and this is a great chance to do it without displacement. So I do support the project and hope you will too.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? If not, do we have anyone on the line, City Clerk?
No, Mayor, I'm not seeing anyone on the line. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, a couple of questions came up or that I was interested in. This is for Randy. Randy, so what are your plans for your other property on Terabella?
We intend to develop that one. That one is actually a site where we've done some preliminary work exploring that as a possibility for a modular project. We haven't made a firm decision on that. That's why you haven't seen it yet. But assuming we get this project through the gate and into the entitlement process, then we would activate the work on our second site at Linda Vista and Terabella.
How many units would you envision going over there?
We're not completely sure at this point in time. We haven't determined the product type, population type, nor the exact mode of construction of that one yet. So we haven't made a final decision on that.
How big is the lot?
I believe it's, off the top of my head, I think it's roughly half an acre, maybe a tad more.
Okay. Where I'm going with this is I called Randy a while ago and I asked him about the Recology site, but he didn't get back to me. But that's it's something that we're building all this residential in here, and we have it in our request. We talked about it with the 101 property, and John Merchant says, hey, we're supposed to go buy some property potentially. If we get this 4.3 million and we use our own city property, can we take that $4.3 million and relocate it for a potential other site for Recology? Anybody on staff?
Sorry, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. If I understand your question, what you're suggesting is we use the parkland funds to acquire a new recycling center site in order to convert the current recycling center site into a potential park. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, because we're building all this. We're building new housing, we know for sure. Potentially more. Someone's going along the line and say, well, this recycling site is not an appropriate place for this housing. So let's be proactive on this and get land when it's available and get the amenities in there. Something new, get the amenities in sooner than the housing projects come along. So yes, that's my question.
So I know that there are some restrictions on how we can spend parkland funds. So I think it is something we would have to take back and explore and respond to. I'm not certain if because the city owns that land that's being used for recycling center, I'm not certain whether parkland funds could be used to kind of buy that land, which would then provide that money as part of the general fund. But these are all things that we would have to take some time to explore the legal pieces of it. Also, as you know, staff has been recommending that there be a park development feasibility study done before trying to commit to any park site in that area, including the Recology site, because we need to determine what's really the most appropriate site that can best serve the existing and future residents, and is this a good location for it? So it is something that we're prepared to bring forward as part of the 5-year CIP for Council's consideration, is doing such a feasibility study, and at that time can also look at potential funding sources, what that would mean for moving the the recycling center. So all those are things that we can explore as part of a study.
Well, haven't we, or Mr. Merchant, I think you mentioned last time that there's a deficit of parkland in that area. So what, if that's true, and John, if you could confirm or change my, give me more information. We've already sort of had a study done to say we've done it. So if Mr. Merchant can answer that question based on what you know.
Overall, in the planning area, we do have a deficit in park space. I think Dawn is speaking to the larger question of is looking at locations within the Terabella area and doing a study to determine the best location to serve the residents, whether it's Recology or otherwise. So I think that's what Dawn is referencing.
Okay. So I'm being way proactive on this because it's going to take some time, I know. But when you say Terabella is not that big of an area. And so when you say, well, let's move it around, there's not a lot of choices. And here you have a site at Recology, unless you go on the west side of Shoreline, where our quote master plan will be coming down somewhere along the line. And hopefully Artie could give us an update on that. There was some parkland potentially over there, but you don't, Terabella is not a big area. So when you're saying, well, we're going to put it on this block or 2 blocks down later, it doesn't make so sense. So I'm champion for Randy's products, other products for the neighborhood to start looking at this parkland and be proactive to say, we have some money, let's go do it. So would you need, and the city manager can jump in here, do we need specific direction from council to move such a study along? Or to Dawn, either.
Yeah, Councilmember McAllister. So yes, we would need specific direction. However, I would say that there are still some considerations that staff is working out with the Recology agreement that is underway right now. And we will be bringing that back to council later on this fall. And then I know we also have the parkland ordinance update that we will be bringing back to council this fall too. So I think, yes, we would need direction to study that, but we do have some items in the works already. As far as workload goes, I think we would just have to assess how we would be able to either combine that or not with the work that's underway. And so I would need to talk to Dawn and John further about that.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't expect to get, I wasn't going to give direction tonight, but it makes sense to me, operational, if we're putting in the housing, the parkland should be parallel with the projects in that area. Because we seem to be getting away from our 3,000, people with 1 acre. So thank you. I just want to put it on everybody's radar so that when fall comes, Don already knows that I got it coming. So just being on the radar that's important, that we got to start changing the way we think a lot about development is, yes, we want them. I'm all for it, but we got to put the infrastructure in. And if we can do it beforehand, that would be greater.
Just reporting back, Councilmember McAllister, on the gatekeepers. We do have people interested both on the west and the east side, but we're holding gatekeepers off until fall of next year. And as part of that, we've informed them that we would like them to bring forward a park plan that shows how they're going to meet, the park requirements. So that is an additional tool that the council has in their toolbox as part of a future precise plan or a master planning process. And that might give the council more options as to where to locate parks in a better location.
Yeah, well, that's great. And I knew we were talking about that, but then we were also talking about, well, how do the 1,000 people on the east side of Terabella get to the west side? And that's hopefully we were also talking about a underground tunnel, pedestrian tunnel to get people moving over to there, Ann Arbor. So I'm going down on a side road, but it's all part of a bigger picture that's going to come together sometime. Thank you.
Yeah, and we're looking both on the east and the west sides for park. It won't just be on one side. So I think that's going to be part of the equation.
Yeah.
Councilmember Matacek.
Thank you. So I really would have preferred to have a precise plan for this area before we got into additional development projects. When I first saw the proposal for this specific couple of parcels, and this was before Randy was with Alta Housing, I kind of questioned if it was a good location for housing at all, and in particular, affordable housing. It's pretty close to the freeway, even with the public storage buildings as somewhat of a barrier between, but it's also very close to the recycling center, and that's a very noisy and active location that I'm really not sure I would want to live near. I get that you would have to have the buildings so that the sound was not as loud as it is when you are at the recycling center, but it's still, I just didn't think this was an ideal location for housing. And I think it's really hit me even more recently, when we talk about equity, is it really the best place for affordable housing when we're talking about equity? Just going to put that out there. That said, some folks articulated that there is obviously a need for affordable housing in the city, and it's not often that there's an opportunity to do 100 units with no displacement, or to have a land dedication. So from that perspective, these are good things. But I do have some concerns, and I want to make sure I put them out at the very beginning of this process rather than as we go through it, if we go through it. And that is, I am concerned about the massing. We didn't finish the visioning, but even the visioning didn't have this much massing in this location. And so I would prefer to have it closer to what we talked about in the visioning. I know it's early in the architecture phase of this, but I already did share with Mr. Suda that I want to make sure the building has interest along Terabella, that it has step backs that are greater than a couple feet, and that there's more articulation, and that it needs to have interest on the sides as well as along Terabella. And I also think it'd be nice if the public storage, and I know that's not completely firmed up either, especially on the sides, had a little bit of interest to it, so that these aren't really blocky buildings. I would like something more pleasing and varied. We also talked a little bit about colors and having it tasteful. Maybe subtle is a better word. And I think, for me, massing is a big concern. The other concern I have is about parking, as you might have guessed. You know, I can't think of any affordable housing project in Mountain View that doesn't have a parking issue where the streets are being used for parking. The one on San Antonio Circle, I think it's called, over by Bruce Bauer Lumber. Boy, there's parking all along the street there. The one on Tyrella, the downtown affordable housing project. You know, every single one, I feel like there's not enough parking. And I get it. We are trying to get people out of their cars and walk and bike, take public transportation. But you know what? So far, it just doesn't feel like it's working. And so, you know, we have to figure out something that works for the residents who live nearby, as well as the affordable housing projects. It's just not fair to have so much of the public right-of-way taken up for parking by private development. Let's see, I agree with Councilmember McAllister's comments about a park and planning ahead. Again, in the visioning, I felt like we kind of had these, you know, spot zoning areas for housing on the north side of Terabella. And we are taking out, you know, industrial, which Councilmember McAllister is always saying, we can't lose our, you know, small business industrial base. And again, it just doesn't seem like the right place for this from my perspective. But if we're going to do this, then we do need the infrastructure. We do need the parks. And I absolutely would like to think of that now rather than later, and start putting those plans in place. It's too difficult to do it after the fact. Let's see. I guess those are my comments for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
So I will be supporting this gatekeeper moving forward, but I do share the concerns that the previous council members have brought up. Just that there's a lack of infrastructure, and if we don't provide the infrastructure, we're really not being respectful to the current residents in the neighborhood. The things I appreciate about it are the setbacks and the step backs. I thought that the step back with the plaza or deck on it made for fairly good massing, and I thought the massing, the height of it also kind of hid the public storage building. So that I appreciated. I also appreciated, I know it's very preliminary, but the colors that were shown and the materiality, that it wasn't, the colors were not garish. I agree with Councilmember Matichek when she said that the sides of the building should have interest as well on public storage, as well as the Alta housing. And I agree that, and I thought that the Ceres Regis project that we approved recently, there was a lot of thought put into the trees that would purify the air between the freeway. I'm not thrilled about, I mean, we really need affordable housing, so it's fine to put housing here, but in an ideal world, I would not be putting housing this close to a freeway. So I would like Alto Housing to look into, and Public Storage to look into the kinds of trees that were used on the Ceres Regis project, because I think they did look at them specifically for air purification, and if possible, put in a double row of trees. I'm also concerned about that a parking study be done well, because I think that places can easily be underparked. Let me see, and I am concerned that we find that the number of residents we're putting into this neighborhood, we do need to look early into a place to put a park in the neighborhood. Let's see if I had anything else. Oh, the last thing was the Saris Regis project. Also, we talked about making sure that there were transportation improvements. And so I don't know whether this project could contribute to that as well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark?
I don't have anything additional to add, and since we're just assigning staff resources tonight, I was just going to move the staff recommendation.
Councilmember McAllister?
I'll second that. Yeah, I was going to make the motion too, so I'll second that.
Any other discussion? Oh, yes, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. I know we provided a lot of preliminary input, and I know much of the work on development standards and design will be done by the DRC and EPC. So we'll see a lot of refinement over the next several months and hopefully not years, but I know these things take time. But the only thing I would want to add is, and a couple of council members have referenced this, there is, I'll be supporting the motion, but there is an impact to industrial uses with the introduction of residential. And one of the things that I would like to see, and I think staff is already working on this, but in the context of the small business strategy, some concerted outreach to industrial businesses in the city to see what we can do to support them and maybe get a better understanding of what we may need to do to enhance the viability of industrial uses in Terabella, around Leghorn, the few blue-colored areas in our general plan land use designation map. I think that they are important and they are very difficult to replace, once lost. And even though I think this is, I think the public storage component certainly consistent with the intent of the area. I think the partnership with Alta Housing is very creative, and I appreciate the donation of land. I do think minimizing the city subsidy will be important because we have a lot of affordable housing in the pipeline, and it'll be a challenge to make all of it work. So to the extent we're able to minimize the city subsidy, I think we'll be doing ourselves a service later on. But I don't want to get I don't want the broader potential impact to industrial uses in the area to be lost, and I feel like an appropriate opportunity to discuss that may be the small business strategy. Beyond that, though, I'll support the motion, and I'm grateful for all of the work that has been done to make this possible.
Okay, any other discussion? I would just add my comments. I concur with a lot that's already been said. I want to thank the applicants. I thought this was a very creative partnership, and frankly, I was excited about the opportunity for affordable housing. We definitely need more, but I had conversations with the applicant, and originally when they had offered land dedication, I had said,
Way to go, Lucas. I'm counting on you to keep the mantle going that we need a diversity of land uses.
Excuse me. Can you not hear me? Oh. Okay. So
we can also hear John.
Yeah. So I support this project, or the gatekeeper. I do want to be mindful of the issues that have been raised, and I believe with the parking study we'll talk about parking, the permanent parking. I had asked that question about where we are on that. I hope that we can finalize the changes to the residential parking permit program, and hope that the neighborhood could utilize that. I think what I heard was that there's issues with parking from the other development. I think it's the San Barone Apartments, and if I don't know if staff has had a chance to talk with the operator. I think it's Mid Peninsula, but maybe we could have that conversation. If if these projects are supposed to satisfy parking on their properties, then there's an issue there, it sounds like. So we should definitely follow up. I think what was mentioned, good design. The renderings we saw are preliminary, but good design can really make a difference. The step backs being 30 feet, that's quite generous, so I appreciate that. And then my hope was actually that we can improve the transportation, or make it transportation improvements, extend it from the 1001 shoreline project out. And certainly I'd like to try to add bike lanes wherever we can. So I hope that we have that opportunity. And then in terms of the park, so I agree, Councilmember McAllister and others. Yes, I think this area we should definitely look at infrastructure and amenities. And in a perfect world, we should probably have precise planned this. I hope that we will do that soon. That's something that I hope that maybe we can look at when we do goal setting next year. Should I be back? I think that's how we will be able to start to talk about where things go, and then amenities and infrastructures that are needed, so that not just the new residents but the existing residents can benefit from the developments. And then with the park, so my thought was actually, since we have over 4 million, and then I think with shoreline 1001 shoreline, hopefully we'll get some more fees there. I wanted to ask staff, our real property administrator, Dennis Drennan, our former real property guy, used to actively go out and look for parcels for the city to potentially buy for parks. And that's how we got Mariposa, and Wyandotte was a dog kennel, I think. I remember there was a car wash that he brought forward to us. We chose not to do that one because of the location, but I would like for us to actively look for a parcel in that neighborhood to purchase, if not the Recology site. I think, frankly, it might be easier to just find a different parcel to purchase in light of what's going on in the real estate market right now. So that would be my request to staff. And so in terms of whether this is a good location for housing, I think affordable housing is good anywhere. Land costs are always sort of the driving factor to it. Someone mentioned, well, why not downtown? Well, we actually do have several projects downtown too. So I think whenever we have the opportunity to build more affordable housing, because of just land costs, we have to take those opportunities. So I look forward to that moving forward. I think there's still a lot of refinement that is needed, but I will definitely be supporting the motion. And with that, if there is no other comment, could we take a roll call vote, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoka.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Let's see. Should we move on to item 7, new business, 7.1, an amendment to CalPERS contract for all unrepresented miscellaneous PEPRA employees. And we have a staff presentation by Senior Human Resources Analyst Ada Chang. Welcome, Ada.
All right, could you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Ada Chang from the HR department. Tonight's item is a resolution of intention and introduction ordinance to amend the CalPERS contract regarding employee cost share for miscellaneous public employees pension reform act PEPRA employees. In the 2018 CalPERS valuation reports, CalPERS set the required contribution rates for fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and this increased the employee contributions for miscellaneous PEPRA employees by 0.75%, so from 6.25% to 7%. In addition to the normal employee contributions, city employees also contribute to a cost share in which employees pay a portion of the employer contribution. And the city has this council resolution for unrepresented employees that sets a maximum total deduction of 10.5% for the cost share and normal employee contribution combined. The increase in the CalPERS normal employee contribution results in the total contribution paid for by the employees to exceed the set maximum of 10.5%. So therefore, the employee cost share amount will be reduced by 0.75% through this contract amendment. The contract amendment process is governed by CalPERS. After council passes the resolution of intention and introduction ordinance, staff will wait the required 20 days for CalPERS requirements and will return with a recommendation to council to adopt the final ordinance on September 22nd, 2020. The effective date of the amendments will then be October 22nd, 2020, and the changes to the member contributions will be effective beginning November 1st, 2020. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? I don't see any hands, so I will open this up for public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak, if you're in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. I don't see any. City Clerk, do we have any members on the line?
No, Mayor.
Great, thank you. I'll bring it back to council then. Councilmember McAllister.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of intention to approve an amend to the contract between the Board of Administration, California Public Employees Retirement System, and the City Council of the City of Mountain View for all unrepresented miscellaneous public employees Pension Reform Act employees to be read in title only. Further reading waived. Attachment 1 to the council report. 2, introduce an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City Council of the City of Mountain View and the Board of Administration of this California Public Employees Retirement System to be read in title only. Further reading waived. And second reading for September 22nd, 2020. Attachment 2 to the council report.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Kamei?
I'd like to second the motion.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember McAllister, second by Vice Mayor. Any other discussion on this item? If not, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. We'll go on to item 7.2, extension of the urgency ordinance temporarily suspending evictions for non-payment of rent by residential tenants impacted by COVID-19 and related actions. And we have a staff presentation by our city attorney, Christian Topra. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Diana Fazeli, our Senior Assistant City Attorney, is going to share her screen and the brief PowerPoint that we have for you tonight.
Excuse me, City Attorney. Mayor, if I may, would you mind, we would like to have the community outreach member make an announcement about the ability. No problem. We believe we have the issue resolved. So Ms. Beltran, are you able to make an announcement right now? It seems that we're still having a problem. I'm going to.
Is the translation available?
We will go. Yes, we can go ahead and just make it available. We were hoping to have that announcement, but yes, we'll go ahead and just make it available.
I was actually going to ask if Vice Mayor, would you be able to make an announcement in Spanish that translation is available?
Sure. So
Sorry, we're just saying that Nora is available.
Is it the interpretation button that they would hit to get the translation?
That's correct. So yes, exactly, Vice Mayor. So there is the interpretation button available at the bottom. So after you conclude your announcement, I will turn on the translation, and this bell chime will be available to translate in Spanish to anyone who clicks the Spanish interpretation button.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Vice Mayor.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to ask what I'm supposed to say before I say anything. Okay, si necesitas traducir, hay traducción in Zoom. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how to do that. Ustedes podemos firmar donde se dice interpretation para traducir en español.
Thank you.
Yep.
That's great.
Okay, just one moment. I just want to confirm Ms. Fazeli's. I'm having some difficulty. Okay, it looks like we're all set. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, and thank you for your attention to this important item. Tonight's item is the extension of the urgency ordinance temporarily suspending evictions for non-payment of rent by residential tenants impacted by COVID. And as you know, this will be consideration of the second extension of this ordinance. And with me tonight is Wayne Chen with the Community Development Department. He's going to be talking about the financial actions also on your agenda tonight. Next slide, please. Just some quick background. I won't go through all of it in detail. This process started with the city's declaration of a local emergency due to COVID back in March. These actions were also tied to the governor's order, which allowed local jurisdictions to enact eviction ordinances. That order was extended to September 30th. However, there has been no further extension of that as of today's date. In addition, our extension, the city's extension, goes through August 31st, which is why we're before you tonight, because that is right around the corner. Also of note, there was a judicial council action which effectively repealed prohibited all eviction proceedings in the state courts, but that is set to expire on September 1st because the judicial council chose not to extend that. There's some speculation that was because they wanted to pressure the legislature to take some action, some statewide action. There's speculation about that. Next slide, please. As we all know, since the beginning of this COVID pandemic, the state and county actions have continuously evolved, and local jurisdictions have taken their own approaches with protecting tenants from eviction. Some cities in Santa Clara County have been content to follow the county ordinance because it covers cities which don't have their own ordinances, and others have adopted their own regulations, such as Mountain View, and that is largely to institute some level of local control and administration of these ordinances. And there was a council question about that, which we hopefully responded to. And as of today, as I mentioned, the governor has not extended the order past September 30th. There's anticipation he will. In addition, the county considered their extension today, and we were just updated during the previous part of the meeting tonight, just not even an hour and a half ago, that the county has extended to the earlier of the extension by the governor or November 30th. And this was hard for us to track because the county had signaled about a week ago they were going to extend to September 30th. or the extension of the governor's order, whichever is earliest. So next slide, please. I'd also like to mention some state legislation, which we're tracking just by the day. AB 1436, which is probably the more likely bill to pass, and that provides statewide, that would provide statewide eviction relief to residential tenants, and very likely could eclipse or supersede all of these city ordinances. If that does pass, and we're tracking that, the legislative session ends next week, at the end of next week, we would analyze that, and if it covered the field of evictions, which we anticipate it will, it would likely simply supersede all city ordinances and become the eviction control protection statewide. But we are tracking that. Next slide, please. This opportunity for extending the ordinance also allows the city to align with other important parts of the county ordinance, which we present for council's consideration tonight. I'd reiterate that since the beginning, the city has always had its own police power and emergency authority to adopt its own ordinance. However, as this pandemic has evolved and as the housing division has received inquiries about certain aspects of the county and city interplay of the ordinances, there have been numerous questions about which repayment provisions control. And currently the city's repayment provision is 180 days, but there's more and more utility to considering extending to the county's provision, which is 12 months, and with at least half of the repayment due at 6 months. So that is presented for council's consideration tonight as part of the amendments. And I will describe what we're proposing. If you go to the next slide, please. Yes, we'll stop here. The language which is currently before council was drafted with maximum flexibility while the county's action was still unknown. And it reads that the city ordinance will be extended to September 30th or any other date the county extends their ordinance to. So it's broadly captures any additional extension by the county. And then in addition, if the county does not extend past September 30th, the city ordinance would remain in effect until through the duration of the city's declaration of local emergency, which continues in existence until it is lifted by the Director of Emergency Services and then ratified by council. This, in our view, preserved the most amount of flexibility and maintained eviction protection in Mountain View due to uncertainty with the state and county actions. And the way that the county provision is written, and I've just reviewed it, it just came through and we confirmed what it says. It says, again, the county ordinance will be extended to the earlier date of the governor's order or November 30th. And we don't know how they chose November 30th, but that language theoretically leaves open the possibility that the state could extend for a very short period of time or not at all. And in considering this, the language as drafted is more protective and covers more scenarios than the county language. Certainly if the council were interested in simply following the county's language, we could incorporate those changes tonight. And then finally, there are just some housekeeping notes. There were some late revisions to both the ordinance and staff report. Both were updated and made available to the public. It was a simple minor issue of describing the repayment period in terms of months rather than days. And there were also some syntax changes to the ordinance to make it read correctly. But those have all been provided to the public. And finally, there were some public comments in writing to the council, which hopefully I can shed some light on, which the commenter suggested that the city's action as proposed tonight would leave a gap of time where tenants are not protected. I've reviewed those public comments, and if council were to act to adopt an amendment tonight, that would go into effect immediately tonight as soon as the vote is taken. So there would be no gap in coverage of the city ordinance. So I wanted to maybe answer that question if any council members were curious about those comments. So those are my comments about the ordinance itself. I now will turn it over to Wayne Chen to describe the other related financial actions before you tonight.
Thank you very much, Christian. So as Christian mentioned, there are two additional components to extending the city's moratorium. And these are related to funding mechanisms and relief efforts. Quick context for these additional items is that this is indeed a statewide and actually a nationwide crisis. We have seen and expect to continue to see overwhelming demand for rent relief. And this is driven significantly by current economic and employment impacts and uncertainty from that. And that uncertainty is expected to continue. So the first additional recommendation is to shift the $100,000 that was set aside for the Small Landlord Assistance Program per council direction, which was part of the Small Business COVID-19 relief program. To date, there hasn't been any loans made. And part of the assessment is that shifting it over to the rent relief program would directly benefit landlords. And as mentioned, there does continue to be a high demand and need for rent relief. The second additional action is to reappropriate the $1 million of BMR funds that was originally appropriated in May, specifically for the COVID-19 rent relief program. The other funding sources that were approved had been encumbered by the program process-wise. It was just that these funds had not been encumbered yet. But because the significant need remains, it is recommended to have these funds reappropriated so they can be quickly encumbered and made available for the program. So to effectuate the shift in funding from the Small Landlord Assistance Program to the rent relief program requires council actions that are represented in recommendations 2, 3, and 5. And for the BMR appropriation, that is recommended, that is recommendation number 4. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Christian.
Thank you. And we are seeking a number of recommendations tonight. First is the ordinance, and 2 through 5 are the recommendations Wayne just described. We're available for any questions, and I believe Tom from CSA is also here if for questions, or maybe he is not. Wayne, do you know if Tom is available?
Yes, Tom is in attendance, and I think we can elevate him as needed if there are any responses to questions.
Thank you very much. And that concludes our presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? I see Councilmember McAllister, your hand.
Yeah, yes, please. I do have a couple of questions, or one question. I want to get clarity on the timeline that you are recommending. In the staff report under section 2, it says September 30th or any later expiration date of County of Santa Clara. My understanding that the county has extended their September moratorium to September 30th or November 30th, depending on additional action by the governor. Do you have any, so I heard something different from you. So what is more succinct?
Yes, the county language is provides that they extend their ordinance to the earlier of the extension of the governor's order or November 30th, whichever is earlier. And the way ours is, what's before you tonight is drafted, it provides that the ordinance is extended through September 30th. That was the information we first had, or any other subsequent extension by the county. And then it goes even farther than that and says, if the county doesn't extend past September 30th, our ordinance stays in effect until the local emergency is lifted in Mountain View. So it's very open-ended, and it was designed for flexibility. So ours is more protective in terms of remaining in effect, and it also, in my view, eliminates the uncertainty of being dependent on a potential that the governor's order extension could be very short, or theoretically it could not happen at all, in which case this and it would expire on September 30th. So I believe the way it's drafted in your staff report is a broader and longer extension, and it also eliminates the need to return to council if circumstances change.
So we don't need to worry about, okay, because I thought the county put in the word or, and it was September or November, and you're heard an update that says it's different than that?
Yes, we just were able to verify the exact language, which is the extension of the county ordinance goes to the earlier of the governor's order extension or November 30th, which that's what we just verified that.
So with your wording, we will still be in sync with the county, but we don't need to change any of our wording to be in sync with the county then?
Correct. If they extend, if it happens that the governor extends past November 30th, then the county's provision governs. It's not written the exact same way, but the effect is the same.
So our moratorium would go to November 30th, where you have right here in our staff report, September 30th.
Yes, and again, that was based on the county's initial intention to extend to September 30th. Sorry, this has been very tricky to keep up with. It may be worthwhile considering using the county's language. However, I still think it leaves open the possibility that the governor's order could be considerably shorter than November 30th. Nobody knows at this point, but it is an option to sync up exactly with the county, and we can use that language if that's council's desire.
Okay, because then that would take September 30th out of our language, and automatically, or by doing that, it would make it November 30th.
Yes, and I think there's a relatively high certainty that the governor will extend his order, and but there's not certainty about when that will be. So the county acted, and they have made the determination that this is how they want to extend. Our language was, again, drafted before tonight's action and designed for flexibility, and it would cover any extension that the county undertook.
Now, would that cover any legislation from the California state legislators?
That would, good question. If the state acts to occupy this field of regulation, we'd have to first verify the extent of the legislation, And if it did cover what all these city and county ordinances cover, then it would just control by operation of law. It would just supersede or preempt the local ordinances. But again, we'd have to see the details in the final bill, and it's very possible that it would eliminate the need for a local ordinance.
Okay, okay. So I'm gonna move things a little bit here along, and I'm gonna make a motion to adopt amendment to ordinance number 2.20, an urgency ordinance of the city of Mountain View temporarily suspending eviction for non-payment of rent by residential tenants impacted by COVID-19 emergency, extending the duration of the ordinance and repayment period to be read in title only, further reading waived, effective immediately upon adoption. 1, to the council report that the resolution would be amended to be in sync with the county. Second, I would go to reappropriate in fiscal year 2021 the $1 million from the below market rate housing fund approved by City Council on May 5th, 2020. And number 3, amend the agreement with Community Service Agency for the COVID-19 rent relief program by $1.1 million for a total amount not to exceed $2,734,702. I purposely left out 2 and 3 because it's still too early. There are too many unknowns. So we do not know what's going to occur. If we need to redirect the money later, we can do it. And there's still, I believe, some 300,000 or more in item 3 for businesses. And we are probably seeing a lot of businesses that are at the end of their rope, and they may need this. So by ending that, I think that would be premature. So that's why I've just done 1, 4, and 5 for council's consideration.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second for this? Do you want to just raise your hand? Councilmember Matichak, you're nodding. Is that a second for the motion?
Sure, I had some questions, but I'll also second it.
Thank you. Well, yeah, we'll just take it. Now we can ask questions and have further deliberation. So Councilmember Matichak, would you like to continue?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure. So it seems like if we're trying to eliminate confusion, why would we, is there a downside of just using the county's wording in section 2?
You know, it is, I would say it's a small downside. There is a theoretical possibility the governor would choose not to extend. We don't think that's going to happen, but I would say only a small downside. Again, this is, you know, speculating with the best information we have, and the county looked at it closely, and so I would say a small downside, but not huge.
Okay, but that's the only part that Councilmember McAllister, you were saying we should align with the county is section 2 on page 2 of the ordinance?
Well, I think I think it was the timing which was the most important, because we also cover mobile home parks, and so that's why the timing, that's again trying to keep it simple but maximize the time. So that's why I was just thinking of going with the county. If you have some amendments, that'd be interesting to hear. That's
I just would also like to clarify that the ordinance as presented allows for council to consider, the way it's drafted, it synchronizes the repayment period with the counties for clarity for residents and tenants and city staff. That's still for council's consideration. The way the ordinance is drafted, it changes the city's repayment period from 180 days to 12 months after the expiration of the ordinance, with at least 50% due at the 6 months. So that's in there also, but in a different section than what Councilmember McAllister is referring to.
So we're adding more protection by going with the county.
Oh, yes. Yes, there's 2 things. There's the extension and then the repayment period. And the second proposal that's in the ordinance is synchronizing with the county's repayment period, which is 12 months as opposed to 6 months.
Okay.
Right, but I guess I just wanted to clarify that we're not changing anything. I was the one who sent in the question about what's the downside of not having an ordinance of our own. And the city attorney or somebody wrote back and said that our ordinance contains notice, proof of hardship requirements, mediation assistance, and city enforcement mechanisms that differ slightly from the county ordinance, but are designed to address local priorities. So that would still be in there, which is more protection than the county.
Yeah.
More clarification.
Yes, and if the city ordinance remained, yes, we would still. I just want to make sure I understand your.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I will second the motion then that Councilmember McAllister made. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark?
So two things. One, just to clarify, one where we'll take public comment at some point. I don't think we've done that yet unless I missed it. But Councilmember McAllister's motion is, if I'm looking at the agenda flow in the staff report, so that is items 1, 4, and 5, and you left out 2 and 3. Okay. I would, so two things. One, I would recommend just going with the staff language and not saying synchronize with the county, because the way that they've written it automatically synchronizes with the, but it doesn't automatically synchronize, but it automatically sort of goes with the, I guess, most generous interpretation. If Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, but it basically sounds like even though we had the September 30th date in there, the way it's set up is that it'll automatically extend.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't, if you're amenable to that, I think it might be even simpler just to adopt the staff recommendation, because it will automatically adapt, so to speak. And then just to give folks a heads up, I would support this motion pending public comment, but then I'll also make a subsequent motion for items 2 and 3, because I think I actually agree with the staff recommendation on those two things. It might not have the same, and folks can vote against that obviously if they want. But anyway, I just wanted to share that intention.
Thank you. Any other comments? And then I will open it up for public comment. I had a question on 3, the Main Street launch, the Small Business Resiliency Fund program. I guess I was confused because earlier in the COVID update, there was mention about going out for or reopening it for a second round. And I guess I read this item as closing it. So could someone clarify what the intent for 3 is?
Yes, this is Wei Chen. The intent is that procedure-wise, the small landlord program is bucketed with the overall small business resiliency program. So in order to carve out the 100,000 and to redirect it to CSA would require an amendment to that contract, which is number 3. And then it would be then in concert with number 5 to amend the CSA's agreement to be able to receive the 100,000.
So then for the Main Street launch program for the small business resiliency program, will that continue with whatever we do this evening?
Yes, my understanding, there's no intention to modify any other part except for the small landlord assistance program.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
Yeah, so I look forward to hearing public comment before we vote, but I just wanted to say that I would be, when Councilmember Clark makes the second motion, I will be supporting it, and my reasoning is that the small landlord program doesn't seem to be getting the money out to landlords or renters, and it seems like if it's folded into the rental relief fund, get to landlords. I mean, we write the checks to landlords, so it will serve landlords in a way that it doesn't seem to be able to do now, and it will also serve tenants at the same time. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments? All right, I'm going to open this up for public comments. If you're in the attendee box and would like to speak, please raise your blue hand. If you're on the phone, please hit *9. And I'll start with Steve Goldstein. You should be on.
Oh, here we are.
There we go.
Okay. First of all, I just want to say, I know I've had my differences with a lot of people in the city council, but in this situation, I am hearing a lot of people with positive intent here, and I appreciate it greatly. So I want to make sure that you're aware of that. At the same time, I'm going to say that it looks like, again, it could be that this could be just a very short gap situation, given the fact that from what I can see, the vast majority of the situation will be AB 1436 will be passed, because from what I can see, the only thing that's slowing it down is the COVID process slowdown and the fire slowdown right now. So I'm figuring that as soon as we can get just 2 more votes in the state Capitol building, it will be a signed law. The bottom line is, though, I appreciate everyone's efforts here. I know that we are in a terrible scenario right now. Everything that could possibly go wrong for this county and this city is happening all at once. I mean, it's just an amazing scenario, to say the least. I mean, the pandemic was bad enough, but now we have the fire and we have all kinds of other things going on at the same time. And so, believe me, I'm not being insensitive for that scenario. But I'm noticing that you, as members of the city council, are trying your best to provide some public service. So I really appreciate it. I, of course, am in complete agreement with the motion that's currently in your hands, and I hope you will vote for it. Thank you, and I can yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We'll go to Bruce England. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, you can hear me okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, just briefly, for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, we're in support of any programs that take care of renters and small businesses. So, and we realize this is a challenge, paying attention to all of the moving parts coming from the county and the state and so on. But this all sounds good, and so we would support the motion that John has stated. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Tim McKenzie. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Thanks to staff for that presentation. I strongly support doing everything we can to extend eviction moratorium or related to COVID issues as long as we can. I'd also ask City Council, use your power, your position to advocate at the state level for any state bills that will cancel rent, make landlords whole, but make sure that no one ever faces an eviction due to COVID and the pandemic that was outside of anyone's control. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Eva Tang. Please unmute yourself.
Check, check, 1, 2, 3.
There you are.
Hi, Eva Tang here, just representing myself as a concerned resident. I implore you to support the extension on this eviction moratorium. Just the more protection that we can offer the residents of Mountain View, the more they will feel valued and a part of our community here. Everyone's trying to make it out here, as you know, and as we've seen in the report. The more support we can offer our residents, our businesses, etc., the more that they will give back to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Gladys Godino. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Gladys Godino. I'm a lifetime resident here of Mountain View, and now I'm a therapist working with local nonprofit. I work with adolescents and families that are underserved, and I just wanted to express my support for the extension of the evictions moratorium, as well as the allocation of any available funds to continue supporting the tenants and consequently the landlords. I've witnessed the support and the help of CSA during our weekly cafecito meetings on Mondays, And just on a personal and professional level, I know the difference this makes for our families in need by reducing the stress and providing hope and a lifeline during these difficult times. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? And I'm not sure if I should check if there's anyone in the interpretation box, if there's any. I'm assuming this is all being translated, so they would know to raise their hand. But,
correct.
Okay, great. All right, I don't see anyone else. So I will bring this back to the council. See, we do have a motion by Councilmember McAllister, second by Councilmember Matichak.
If I could just say a few more comments, I realize I could have been maybe a little more clear about the ordinance extension which is written, and this is in hopefully to help clarify some of Councilmember McAllister's questions. What's written before you tonight in section 2 is actually broader and more protective than the county's recent language from tonight, although it doesn't mention the November date. It doesn't need to, because we've drafted this extension so broadly that it starts with an initial extension to September 30th, and then any later extension adopted by the county. So it includes that November date if that gets activated, and it is not dependent on the the governor's extension date. And in addition, it has the further protection of if the county doesn't extend past September 30th, then the city's ordinance, our ordinance, remains in effect until we lift the declaration of emergency. So it's actually more protective. It doesn't have the word November in it, but it's actually more protective, and as Councilmember Clark stated, it encompasses any eventuality, any extension by the county, and we don't need to mirror the county language to have that same duration. I just wanted to offer that, hopefully for some clarifying comments to Councilmember McAllister, that in my view, as written, it's actually broader and more protective than the county's language.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, just a quick clarification. Did Councilmember McAllister accept the friendly amendment from Councilmember Clark? Are we using staff's recommended language?
No. No, I don't accept it, because there again, when I mentioned that the landlord tenant, if you looked at the council questions, we asked what kind of outreach was there to the tenants and to the small landlords, and there was a considerable amount more going to the tenants, and maybe there wasn't enough outreach to the landlords. So we're still in uncharted territory. And another reason that I don't want that to go is just because if we take it and give it to the tenant, the landlord may not see the money. He still has to pay a mortgage. And so this could be something as a bridge. So for the time that the lender comes and says, hey, you need to pay something, until the time the tenant gets his money to pay the rent. So for that, I want to keep the most flexibility. And if something comes down in 2 or 3 months, yeah, we could probably just say we could bring it back in. But let's make sure we did our due diligence on the outreach, make sure that all the parameters are covered. And I think we still need the flexibility like everybody else. This time we don't know what's going to happen.
So just to be clear, so I understand you've decoupled the reallocation of the small landlord relief program money from the extension of the moratorium. Right. But I was more interested in because you had recommended that the language pertaining to the expiration of the moratorium reflects the language that the county has approved, as opposed to staff's recommended language about when the moratorium would expire. And Councilmember Clark had suggested that we retain the existing language, and I think as the city attorney has shared, that language is actually better what the county was recommending. So for that portion, aside from the small landlord relief program, are you using in your motion the staff recommended language about when the moratorium would expire?
I am yes, if that is the most protective language, that is the one I'm using.
Okay, great. So it's the staff recommendation minus the reallocation of the small landlord relief program.
Yeah, item 2 and 3. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
So I'll be with that clarification. I'll be supporting the motion, and then I'll be supporting Councilmember Clark's follow-up motion related to the small landlord relief program. And the primary reason is I think that the eviction moratorium works because we have a very robust rent relief program. And I don't like the idea of tenants incurring rent debt. It's great that they're able to remain in their homes for the duration of the eviction moratorium, but if there isn't a rent relief program sort of working alongside that, aside the eviction moratorium, then not only are tenants incurring rent debt that they will struggle to pay back later, but there are many landlords who are not bringing in any income at all. So I think that the reason it's been very successful in Mountain View is because these programs have worked very well in tandem. And I think as the staff report had made clear, and as we've heard from folks in the community, I don't think we're quite out of the economic uncertainty created by the pandemic, which has disproportionately impacted low and moderate income people. So I feel like the $100,000, even though it's fairly modest, is better allocated with the rent relief program because it can be used to provide landlords income that they may not be getting now, and it can help address concerns from tenants who may otherwise be incurring rent debt. And just to illustrate this with a quick story, early on, a couple of small landlords had reached out to me just because I knew them through my family, and I had initially directed them to the small landlord relief program. And in fact, the staff will know because they weren't able. They had some questions about it. I put them directly in touch with staff, and they found that they couldn't qualify. So the next best thing was the rent relief program, where not only was the tenant who was struggling to pay rent able to apply, but that provided a source of income for the landlord. So it ended up being a superior outcome anyway. And that's I think that the challenge is there are probably a lot of small landlords and many tenants who may not be aware of the rent relief program. So the only addition or recommendation I would have for staff is when we promote the eviction moratorium, when we're sharing information about it concurrently, we should also be directing people to CSA to apply for the rent relief program, because knowing about the eviction moratorium, I think, is insufficient. It really only works when people are aware of the rent relief program. And unfortunately, there's still a lot of folks, including small landlords, who may not know to direct their tenants to it. So I appreciate Councilmember Clark for bringing for making that motion following this. The only question I have for staff, though, is given sort of the complexity of the language related to the expiration of the moratorium, when you are sharing this information with the public, how will you share with them that, in the event the county moratorium isn't extended, that, it will persist beyond that? Because it feels very difficult to explain in, a mailer or, in terms that, most folks out in the community can understand.
Yes, I think that's a good question. And I think the simplest way to explain it is that it really stays in effect through the duration of the emergency in Mountain View. The language was included to try to synchronize with the county to get alignment for those people who are interested in the terms of each ordinance, but the practical effect is this will remain in effect through September 30th, of course, and if there's no further extension by the county, it will remain in effect until the emergency is lifted in Mountain View. So I will work with the Housing Division to find a way to clearly communicate that to the public. It is a good point. It's essentially in effect until the emergency is over, the way it's written. So, and that's the approach some other cities have taken. So that would be, I will commit to you to make sure that's clearly communicated to the public. I don't have the wording right now, but we will certainly make sure it's clear.
Okay,
thank you. Just to add to what Christian was saying, staff have already created a comprehensive outreach plan to both landlords and tenants, ready to be implemented pending a day or day and a half of modifying the language and making sure that the language is clear and easy to understand. And we'll be coordinating with Christian and Diana tomorrow to make sure that the language is as effective as it could be, so that we can get the information out as soon as possible.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I think, it's many folks, tenants and landlords, won't know when the emergency declaration expires, right? And or necessarily even what that will mean. And right now, there's some urgency in that there are many tenants who believe that the eviction moratorium will expire, after August 31st. So there's the urgency in making sure that folks understand the action that we're likely to take right now, and also understand the new parameters of the eviction moratorium that we're establishing. And I know it's not easy. It's not easy to get the language right and also get it out quickly, but I have confidence that you'll be able to do that.
And it also will have to contemplate, say that the county's does extend to November 30th. We'll figure out how to say it clearly. It is a little challenging, but we will do our best.
All right, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So a couple things. If the county is looking at November 30th, I guess, I feel like we've got so many different dates out there. Why wouldn't we just change ours to November 30th instead of September 30th in section 2 and leave everything else the same? You're on mute.
Sorry, we did consider that, and we haven't had too much time to consider the significance of the November 30th date. We're trying to find the origin of that. The staff report for the county was very thin, and they didn't talk about it. But it actually would be possible to insert that date and provide some level of initial clarity. That's actually not a bad idea if it's council's pleasure to choose that date. The reason we chose September 30th was that's the expiration of the governor's order, which we think will likely be extended. So a lot of dates, but I would be comfortable saying that changing it to November 30th would be okay and provide some initial certainty.
Okay, and then my other, I guess, comment and question. I sent in the questions about how much communication was done on the eviction moratorium as well as the loan program. And, it came back that we've done 4 pieces of communication on the loan program and 41 pieces on the eviction moratorium. And that's why I was concerned about moving the $100,000 over right now. We still have and correct me if I'm wrong, but the statistics that we have on the rent relief program, we still have all of the funds that CSA raised themselves, right? Over $1 million? Or are we just not seeing that part of the data?
I would ask if Tom could provide some color. I think he has the most up-to-date breakdown on expenditures. I think Tom is on, and if he can provide some color on that.
Sure. Happy to. Yeah, I have data as of this morning. We have spent all of the city money that we have received. And so we have had to go into the money that CSA has raised. So far, we have spent over 1,631,000 in city funds, and we have spent 848,000 in the CSA funds that we've raised, for a total of almost 2.5 million has been spent between the two.
Okay, so we still have between the two about $1 million, right?
That would be correct.
Okay, so I personally would like to do a little bit more communication about the loan program. And the only reason I'm saying that is because what I don't want to have happen is, as Councilmember McAllister was listing off apartment complexes that are up for sale, I don't want displacement because of this. And if we haven't really tried to over communicate about this loan program, it would just be very, very heart-wrenching that one of the complexes is sold and there's displacement over this. So I would like to give it a little bit more time and communicate it a little bit more. In my neighborhood, there are some small complexes, and I did reach out to the owners and I asked them, have you heard about this loan program? And none of them remembered getting any communication on it. Now, you know, that they should have, but, you know, we all get a lot of emails, and maybe the direct mail piece never made it to them because of address issues. But I would like to give it a little bit more time and try to communicate a little bit more. And then I am more than happy to revisit this at a later date as we get closer to spending all the money that has been allocated to the rent relief program to, you know, if there's no takers, then let's move it over. But I would like to give it a little bit more time and more communication. Thanks.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I just wanted for Lucas to think of another thing, is that the money that CSA and Mountain View has is finite. It's not going to last forever. And so once all that money's given out, we potentially have the small landlord still has to pay a mortgage. And so I'm not saying, I agree with Lisa that, yeah, if we're no one using, let's do it, give it back into the program. But right now we have plenty of money that to put it in there, there's not a pressing need for 100,000. And that may come up to make a difference to a landlord, that if I don't have the mortgage, I can't do certain things with the property. So I just want you to potentially consider that the money from us runs out, the small business still has to pay a mortgage, and there's no more tenant money. So we're not saying never, we're just thinking about giving it some more time. If you want to revisit it in November, you know, let's do something like that. But let's give it a chance, because I think we're at a tipping point. We're looking at a lot of small businesses that you read in the newspaper that they're starting to close up because PPP money's gone. They've used all their own savings. So let's just give it some more time. I'm asking you for 4 or 5 months. Let's give it a chance.
Great. Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. So I just kind of wanted to share my thoughts with the group. It seems like we're all comfortable with the items that staff presented, aside from item 2 and 3. I think I just want to stress, there were calls for consistency in terms of, making sure that folks know what the county order is saying, what the state order is saying related to eviction moratorium. I think for myself, I'm inclined to go with whatever date is later, because I think this is maybe the third time that we are extending the eviction moratorium. And so I'd like to go as far out as possible, just to kind of be cognizant of that. I think for myself, one of the things I'm trying to think about as we're discussing items 2 and 3 in the staff recommendation is, what's going to best keep folks in their homes and not have displacement. I think for me, I feel more comfortable with the staff recommendation in terms of allocating those funds from the small landlord program to rental relief, because it has been since March that has been available. And so it hasn't been used since that time. And so, for me, I think I'm a bit more concerned about item number 3, which is, for small business relief. I think we're hearing a lot about how different small businesses on Castro Street and throughout Mountain View are kind of starting GoFundMes or other fundraising efforts to be able to stay downtown and to stay in our city as a small business. And I know the small business, council goal is going to be coming back later on in the fall, but I feel more comfort with the staff recommendation for 2 than for item number 3. And so I wasn't sure if we had maybe more information from staff on the small business relief program. I do know that when I looked online over the summer, the applications had closed. And I know during the update, the city manager had mentioned reopening that opportunity up for folks. So I don't know if the city manager can answer that, but those are kind of my thoughts right now.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Kamei. So let me clarify how 3 and 4 work in tandem with each other. So the Main Street Launch Program has 2 components to it. One is the Small Business Resiliency Program, which does have that leftover funding that we've talked about. So we have granted, I think it was around 70 businesses, and we did not spend all of that $900 and some thousand. So there is around $300 and some thousand left. Main Street Launch also does the Small Landlord Relief Program, and that is that other bucket of $100,000. That has not been used at all. So what recommendation 3 and 4 does is it reduces our agreement with Main Street Launch. It takes off that $100,000 because they wouldn't have to do it anymore. And it gives that $100,000 to CSA. And so that's why number 2 redirects that $100,000 that Main Street Launch has now. And then it's basically amending the agreement with Main Street Launch. So they work in tandem with each other. So to your question, yes, the Small Business Resiliency Program is still going to continue, and we are going to relaunch it with the amount of leftover funds. This just would move that $100,000 out of their purview into CSA.
And that one, just to further clarify, I just want to make sure I'm crystal clear since we started council at 4 today. So that $100,000 was kind of earmarked for landlord relief and not small business relief, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
2
Great.
separate buckets of funding. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So it doesn't put any of the small business funds into jeopardy. Okay.
Correct.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. It's been, a lot of different information. So I think that the motion from Councilmember McAllister and Councilmember Matichak was for moving forward with item 2, 4, and 5. Is that correct? And then, no, just item 1. Item 1 and 5. Okay.
1, 4, and 5.
1, 4, and 5.
1, 4, and 5. Okay.
Right.
And then Councilmember Clark was going to do an amendment. Is that what I was hearing?
Yes, And if I could just get clarity, we are able to easily change the September 30th date in 2 places in section 2, and that would give more of a certain farther out date. Again, just to be clear to Councilmember Matichik's question, the November 30th is not a hard date by the county. It's a expected date. We don't know where they came up with it, but we do have the authority to extend out past September 30th, and that is easily accomplished by changing those dates. I just want to make sure that that was accepted in the motion.
Yeah, that's
okay.
That date's fine.
Okay.
But I have a question. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So on number 3, it says we're going to reduce the total agreement amount to 400,000. So this is sort of misleading, isn't it? Because I thought we had 800,000 or $1 million. So where's the rest of the money going? I mean, I thought there was 800,000 plus for small business relief.
We've spent.
So is staff recommending we're just shutting it down?
No, we spent the other 300,000
So
round. So this is for the remainder. It's just to move the 100,000 out of the Main Street account, the 100,000 for small landlords, move that out and give that to CSA. But to do that, then you have to shrink down the agreement with Main Street launch by $100,000.
Okay, is that clear? Because that's what's, there's not real, I need clarity on that. Because based on here, then I was looking at the staff report, it doesn't really explain what was going on. So my intent, the reason I left out 3 was because I don't want to reduce any amount of money available to small businesses. Now, can staff say that is the case? We are not reducing any available funds to staff?
That is correct.
Okay. That would have been helpful to be a little more clarity on this particular item.
All right, Councilmember Clark?
A very quick question for the city attorney. So I'm fine with the swapping of the dates, the September 30th to November 30th. I just want to ask one thing. If we do that, the beauty of what you had written is that we don't have to address this again. It's just automatically extended to the maximum amount. If we change the date to November 30th, do we then have to address this again in November, or are you good?
No, it's a good question. All we're doing is inserting, we're changing September 30th to November 20th. Everything else in that paragraph remains the same. So even if the county doesn't extend past November 30th, we still revert to our declaration of emergency duration. So it's the same. It's still it's the same protection. And we do not need to return other than when the emergency is lifted, or if council determines they want to terminate the ordinance earlier by their election.
Yeah, or state law supersedes, or whatever it is. So okay. If that's the impact of changing the September 30th to the November 30th date for the sake of clarity for the public, then I'm fine with that, and we'll support the motion, which, just to recap, is in the staff recommendation is 1, 4, and 5, and then I'll make a subsequent motion after we vote on that.
Great.
Can I amend my own motion for a moment?
Yes, you can.
Okay, 1, 4, and 5 for, and then items 2 and 3 to keep in and revisit in 3 months. So that's sort of a compromise between what everybody's looking. So within 3 months, we revisit it.
I'm going to suggest, Councilmember McAllister, given the conversation, that we bifurcate this, and let's just I'm going to call the question on 1, 4, and 5, and then we can revisit 2 and 3, just to keep it as simple as possible. So I'm going to call the question here. Roll call vote, please. City Clerk.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks. Yes. Councilmember Matachak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 and no abstentions. We'll go to Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, so I'll move items 2 and 3 in the staff recommendation, which is, I don't have to read the whole thing, but it's just the redirection of the $100,000 for the small landlord relief program to CSA, and then amending the agreement with Main Street Launch for the staff recommendation for items 2 and 3.
Councilmember Hicks.
I second that motion.
Thank you. Any questions, deliberation? Councilmember McAllister. Yes.
Okay, this is going to be an interesting one. So I like to make a subsequent motion that we revisit items 2 and 3 in 3 months.
Is there a second on the substitute motion? Councilmember Matachak.
Yes, I will second that. I feel like we have some time. I don't understand what the hurry is. And I don't feel like this has been widely communicated to the small landlords based upon the data that we were given by staff and the little checking that some of us have done. So I don't see any downside to waiting a little bit when we still have over $1 million in rent relief that CSA can use. So I'll be supporting the substitute motion.
Any other discussion on the substitute motion? I had a question. I was hoping you could remind me, was there an amount to the small landlord loans? It was a loan, correct? And did we have a dollar amount or?
Yes, Mayor, it was $10,000.
Okay. Great, thank you. Any other discussion on this? I guess I haven't weighed in on this whole topic. My main concern was the small business resiliency program, but it sounds like that is intact and moving forward for a second round. I actually have heard, as this COVID has lasted longer than everyone thought, small businesses are, starting to feel the challenges, and so I am interested, and I'd like for us to reopen that program. I'm listening to the discussion, and I guess I've been thinking about this too, and I realize that by being able to offer rent relief, we are able to assist the landlords because then they can get paid. And my question, I guess originally I was wondering if that check goes to, and it does go directly to the landlord, so they would get paid in a timely manner. So in light of the fact that we haven't had any qualified takers to this program, and that the rent relief would help the landlords as well, I am actually inclined to move the funding over, just because I think it's just an issue of, I have this feeling that the rest of the funding in CSA is going to go quickly now that the program's been pretty fine-tuned. We just had, a lot of startup issues in the beginning, but now things are seeming to go quickly. So I think for that reason, we should go ahead and move the funds over at this time. So with that, Councilmember McAllister, did you have further question or further comments? Yeah, unmute yourself, please.
I talk when I want, don't mute. For expedition purposes, if the seconder will go, I'll remove the motion. So, because I don't see the votes.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll go back to the original motion by Councilmember Clark and seconded by Councilmember Hicks. Any other discussion on that motion? Councilmember McAllister, is that from previous? Or?
No.
Great. All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matacek.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
No.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye. Motion carries 6-1 with no abstentions. Thank you very much. Let's see, it's 10:44. Do I need to take a motion to continue with the last item?
I think that's just for substantive matters. I think we only have, we don't have any substantive matters to take up.
Okay, great. Then we'll move on to item 8, Council Staff Committee reports. Councilmember Ramirez.
Mayor. Given the late hour, we still have to return to closed session. I don't want to take too much time, but I did want to return to some of the requests we had in non-agendized public comment and elevate an idea that the mayor had introduced. I think when we updated or when we revisited our goal setting back in February, I think it was I think everybody here generally is supportive of smoking regulations in multifamily residential, and the question at that time was, was there staff capacity? Did we want to price that above something else? And I want to revisit that because, as several of the public speakers had pointed out, we may, in trying to address one public health concern, sheltering in place, to prevent the spread of COVID-19, we may be creating different public health concerns. And I'm thinking particularly, those of us who live in multifamily units where you might have neighbors who smoke. And that's something that you can deal with if you can leave your home and go to work or have some place to be outside of your own home. But if you don't have that luxury, or if you're sheltering in place because you're working from home, it's a huge quality of life issue, and it's a big public health concern. So I did want to see if there was support from a majority of the council to have staff return with an evaluation of what staff impacts there might be and any trade-offs we would have to make in order to move forward with multifamily smoking regulation.
Should we just have a show of hands on?
You could have a straw vote. That's fine.
And this is again to have staff bring back what the trade-offs would be.
Right.
Would it be a live presentation or a staff report? Could it be a memo?
I think I think we would. Well, if we did a memo, then it would have to come back in item 8 for placement. So I would rather agendize that discussion. So that way, if we wanted to proceed, we would be able to have that conversation and do so expeditiously.
So could we get a show of hands to agendize this item? Let's see, 6, right? So yes, we will work on that. Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez, for bringing this item up again. Did you have another reporting, or was that it for you?
I think. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Matacek. I'm sorry, City Manager, did you have your hand up?
I did. I'm not able to raise my hand in this function just because I have the hosting. I don't know what, yeah, I have the hosting abilities. So thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note that just in terms of workload, as Councilmember Ramirez mentioned, yes, there is a heavy workload, and this is not going to be something that we can bring back quickly. We'll have to look at what we are planning to bring back in the next several months and what might have to drop off or be pushed back just because of the current workload layered with the response to the crisis and everything else going on. So I just wanted to let council know that we will look at the trade-offs. And then in terms of agendizing it, I just wanted to be clear on what that means. Is council asking for staff to bring back this item with what the potential timing could be, and then the next steps?
I guess I'll take a stab at that. So my thinking is we don't really know what the impact will be until we have an analysis from staff. So what is the what is the capacity that you have to take on new issues? Probably very little. And then what we would have to, as you've said, push out or eliminate entirely from the existing work plan in order to make this possible. So I think starting with that, we can then determine whether we want to proceed with implementing new regulations.
Got it. Thank you. And City Attorney Chopra, just because I'm unfamiliar with Section 8 and bringing this back, is this something that is brought back also in Section 8 as a council member item, just in terms of how we think through what the implications are?
Well, ideally, the requests under Section 8, a majority of council would have a clear idea of what is being requested to be brought back, whether a study session or an ordinance or a memo. So there should be clarity now on exactly what the bring back is. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Matichak, I think we're ready for you now.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. That was also on my list for item 8. So thanks for bringing that up. I just want to let folks know that we had a meeting of the Legislative Committee of the Santa Clara, Santa Cruz Roundtable on airplane noise. And, I feel like I've been working on airplane noise for quite some time now. And we certainly didn't intend for the reduction in airplane noise at the moment be because of the pandemic. Not a good thing to be the driving factor there. But this has been an incredibly challenging issue to address. And I think several of us have come to the conclusion that really the only way to address this is via legislation. And so that's why I wanted to be on the Leg Committee, because I felt like this is really, I think, our only hope. We can talk about changing flight paths and altitudes and all these other things, but in the end, I think it's legislation that's going to make a difference. And so the challenge with that is, right now, there's other things that our federal legislators are busy with, and they absolutely should be focused on, how to deal with the pandemic. That's top priority. So we're starting to think about, the next session. What would we want to have our federal legislators do? And there's a couple of items: how to actually change the way you measure noise, and also take a look at what we could do around the health impacts of the noise, as well as the emissions from airplanes. So this is still going to take some time. The FAA is a very large organization that I believe has challenges of its own. And so it's been really interesting, but it's also been very frustrating, and this is going to take us a while, but we'll keep at it until we can make a difference. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I got a couple of things. There's a victory. Dawn, if you're still on, we got a victory. Well, the SR 85 Policy Advisory Board came to a 5-year semi-conclusion we made a recommendation to the VAT board that we recommend a dedicated transit lane from SR 87 in the south all the way up to Mountain View, with the desire to reduce congestion, greenhouse gases, vehicle miles traveled, reduce noise, and improve quality of time, and to make it an expedited system with minimal stops along the way. So it took us a couple of hours to get that done yesterday, but we do have a final recommendation. It will be going to VTA Council October 1st, and stay tuned. Hopefully we will have some kind of cut through traffic relief for Mountain View in the near future. The second item I wanted to talk to you about is when we were talking about small businesses and relief, I've always been bringing up minimum wage, and I usually bring it up real late. I just want to put it on the radar so that when we go and talk about the small business resilience program, that you guys give it a thought. Last time when I brought it up, 4 of you did not want to even discuss it or think about it. Times have changed. Small businesses are getting slammed, and we have to put everything on the table to see what we can do to help them survive. And minimum wage is one of the things that I've heard many times that was one of the tipping points to make the business go out. All I'm asking is that when we get to that point, we consider pausing it, not reducing it, or just pausing it for a year to get over this COVID-19, because people are really struggling and every dime matters. And you go, well, it's only this or that. Every dime matters to everybody. So please consider that when we bring it up in the following months. I'm doing it sooner than I normally do, and that's my own fault. But it is something that if it's not discussed, we are doing a disservice to our small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks.
So I'm going to announce, or I guess re-announce, because I announced this earlier, an upcoming symposium, Green Streets for Sustainable Communities. It was originally scheduled for this March as a real in-person symposium, but as those are no longer a thing, it's been rescheduled for 3 separate sessions. The first one being September 10th. And it's sponsored by the Sierra Club, Google, Valley Water, and a slew of cities, including our own. The focus is on our streets, which may seem unglamorous, but they're actually 30% of the land in most cities. So 30% of the total land is taken up by streets and sidewalks. So as if you're a city council member, it's an important portion of what you're making policy over. And it's the focus of a lot of recent bigger policy in terms of water filtration, reducing carbon footprint through urban forestry. And then because of the pandemic, you may have noticed people out on the streets and sidewalks a lot more. So the topic is, so it's also a growing part of designing cities to meet human needs. And so I encourage you to Google the term Green Streets for Sustainable Communities, and the symposium will pop up and you can buy yourself a ticket. I will also be speaking, as will our city manager. So I encourage everybody to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Great, thanks. A couple different announcements. So last Tuesday, the Council Youth Services Subcommittee met. We're continuing to meet with different nonprofits, stakeholders, and providers talking about youth mental health. We have some meetings coming up in September and hope to bring this back to council with some recommendations. So I just wanted to keep that on the radar. And speaking of mental health, I think you all know I'm the JPA member for CHAC. They're having a community virtual town hall about how they're supporting families' mental health during COVID on August 30th. I think everyone might have received that email, but I just kind of wanted to highlight that. And they are going to be having portions of the event translated into Spanish. And then my last update is yesterday, the Race, Equity, and Inclusion ad hoc subcommittee met, where we heard about the city's racial equity justice action plan, and that included 4 different components. First, we heard from staff about the city's action plan going forward. Then we heard from a member of behavioral health from the county talking about the mobile crisis response team and how they respond to calls, and there's numbers for adults and then those who may be experiencing crises who are 18 or younger. And so we talked to staff about being able to incorporate that into the city's efforts related to mental health. And then the police chief presented police data, which had racial statistics on arrest booking, citations, as well as Mountain View and non-Mountain View residential data. We also had a fellow from Stanford University and the University of Michigan participate in the call to let us know more about their national police data project that they're doing to help evaluate data and better understand what that means for cities. And then kind of lastly, we heard an overview of the different police oversight models that are out there. And we heard from city staff and Stanford University researcher who's been working with our city manager as well as various members of our city staff over the summer, talking about this issue. So our next meeting will be tackling different topics. And so I just wanted to give a brief update to everyone. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And I had a couple of items. Just going back to public comment, I wanted to see if we could have staff look at HR 763 and if it is aligned with our principles. I believe I have the ability to send a letter, so if we can do that, I would appreciate that review. And then I have been participating over the summer in a Silicon Valley Resiliency Roundtable. We had 3 meetings over the summer. It was a group of all stakeholders from all over education, business, 30 mayors, about 30 mayors from the 3 counties, Santa Clara, San Mateo, and Alameda counties. And there will be a report coming out tomorrow, actually, the press release of our findings and recommendations. And then I was taped a little clip for the virtual groundbreaking of 950 El Camino, the Alta Housing, affordable housing project. And so that was a lot of fun. I posted on Facebook, but I'm happy to send you the link to that groundbreaking ceremony that was done virtually, which was interesting. I attended Cities Association board meeting last Thursday. We spent a lot of time talking about transportation items. I'm chairing the transportation subcommittee. We had a professor from Santa Clara University talk about alternative funding models for transportation other than a sales tax. And we had also talked about the Cut the Commute pledge that our council, approved earlier in June. We're the first city to do that, but the city association has adopted it as well, and all the cities will be taking it back to their own councils. And then we talked a little bit about the Caltrain funding ballot measure. And tomorrow there will be a press conference celebrating the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage. So that is a big milestone day for women. So I wanted to make a note of that. And Councilmember McAllister, did you have something else?
No, I just had a question. You said HR, which was the bill?
HR 763 about the carbon fee dividend.
Oh, okay. HSO, it's in Congress, House of HR. Okay, thank you. That was it.
All right, great. Any other comments? If not, City Attorney, do we have a closed session report? Actually, we'll be resuming back into
There is no closed session report on item 2.1, and there's none anticipated for 2.2, the item we're continuing and discussing shortly.
Great, thank you. So with that, thank you all for your patience in getting through the agenda. We will now resume into closed session, and let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and let's be back at 11. I'll just say 11:15 back on the other Zoom call for our closed session. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening.